Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ales and Scales D&D. I am your host tonight and DM, Randy Royce. Sitting next to me in the orange shirt is Dylan. And over here, with the magnificent beard and necklace, we have Hunter playing Korgar. Would you care to give us a brief recap of last week's events?
Yeah, so welcome back, viewers. As you may recall, I was DM last week due to a certain person having some family events. But the party had a pretty extensive session last week, actually, where they started off, made their way back to the village, came to find out that Titan Storm had attempted to steal their glory from clearing out the borrow that I previously DM'd, and well, they didn't take very kindly to that. So our resident Titan, who is absent this week, he decided to go over and speak his mind, which erupted into a large bar fight in which myself and Dylan's character there came in just a little late for at the very end. But they ran away tail tucked, tried to tell the guild on us, and they got demoted back to porcelain. Meanwhile, we waited a day for things to smooth over in a different shift, and went and turned in our stuff and got promoted up to obsidian. The party took a quick quest to go test some potions for a wandering brewer, as well as divination expert, and was allowed to keep one potion of each. And then the rest of the session was pretty much spent. They took a quest that was posted by the guild itself, just an escort quest up to the northern town of, what was it, Willowdale? Yeah, Willowdale.
Willowdale.
On the way, they stopped through Falcon Pines to find a rather miserable place, once a hunting trade capital. Party hasn't found out, but it's quite a cursed location. After this, they went ahead and continued on where they were attacked by a cult named the Cult of the Wolf. And from there, they made it up to Willowdale itself, met the Muffin Man from our previous one-shot, and our resident Titan got his ass kicked by said Muffin Man, because I was running it and I know how to play D&D very well. So
It do be that way sometimes.
that's it. Everybody had a voucher to stay up at the guild hall, or at the tavern from the guild hall. So that's where we're at tonight.
All right, thank you for that. And that is currently where we find our brave heroes. Carillion and Korgar, you guys have just awoken. It's fairly early in the day. There's a very obnoxious rooster outside who has not shut up since the first rays of the sun came over the edge of the mountain. And he's just going to town. You haven't seen any of your other guild members yet. What are each of you doing?
Is the rooster within range of me?
Right now you're in your room. You sort of just opened your eyes, but you could certainly find him.
I'm going to shout, "God damn it, Kirby, bust out of my room, run directly down through the tavern, and find this fucking rooster."
Do it. You charge down the stairs and through the common room.
Okay. I rolled a 16 on perception. Should be.
So you charge out the main portal, which is that large circular portal for the Underhill Tavern, and you look, and there's this fairly, he's a very robust-looking rooster. He's all black, his feathers, and he's just sort of sitting on, the Underhill Tavern is like covered with like lush green grass, so he's just sitting on the turf, like up on the edge of the building.
I'm going to walk up to this rooster. I'm not even going to, it's literally like a thought-to-action instantaneous thing. I'm going to whack him in the head with my with my hammer, and then I'm going to strip him down and leave the, leave like the feathers there, and I'm going to place a single gold piece where the feathers lie.
Brother, I'm going to need you to roll to hit that rooster.
It's a 17 plus 5, so 22.
Yeah, you hit him. And he's dead.
I was about to say, if I have to roll damage on this motherfucker, there's a problem.
Demon rooster.
I mean, there are abyssal chickens, but...
And once you do that, roll me perception.
It's 10.
All right, there are no less than 15 other chickens that have charged from various locations and are now sprinting at you, screeching.
All right. Cowabunga it is.
You hear all this. You heard this rooster cawing outside, and then you just heard a and a thunk, which you could only assume was somebody shutting off the alarm. And now there's screeching and what sounds like a scuffle coming from outside.
Well, it was silent for a second, but there's more noise, so I guess I'll go check it out.
There was also a brief moment where some people were cheering at the silencing of the rooster. But that
This
has
seems
gone
really
silent.
hated.
Yeah.
How do I want to do this?
You gotta nuke all these roosters.
No, I'm gonna push them off as roosters probably aren't biting through heavy armor or pecking through heavy armor, and I'm just gonna kind of push them to the side and walk back into the tavern.
All right, you
If
you
any
shoot,
follow me, they'll meet the same fate that they previously did.
you shoot them away, and you walk in, and you notice a few things when you first walk in. It's fairly lively for this early in the morning. There's a lot of people, I guess, who stayed overnight. And the next thing you notice is a black rooster staring at you from the center of the room. He sort of like cocks his head at you to the side. He eyes you up and down and goes,
That'd be another chicken murder.
If you want to be dinner, you'll follow. You'll continue acting the way you are.
It sort of like does a shuffle side to side, and then it runs off somewhere into the tavern.
I'm gonna take the chicken I just killed and give it to the taverner. Say, I already stripped the feathers. Make good meal for me. Want discount? All you have to do is cook and not provide meal.
Thank you, lad. I believe this was my rooster. You gotta be paying me for the rooster.
There's a gold sitting in its feather pile up on top of the hill.
How about you go retrieve that for me while I'm cooking this up and we'll call it square?
How about I don't? And then I give him 2 silver because I'm assuming roosters are not expensive, and a gold was an overkill, and that'll be it.
Boy, that's fine then.
You can retrieve the gold at your own convenience. I'm not walking back out.
The dwarvish man takes the rooster and then he calls over his daughter. He's like, "Oi, Amethyst, get out here!" And a curvy dwarvish woman runs out, and she's in standard I don't know what else to say, so I'm going to describe it as bar wench attire. And she runs up, grabs the chicken, doesn't really say anything else, and runs back into the kitchen to begin preparing it.
The muffin man has been there.
He's been in a lot of places. After that, the barkeep just sort of like goes back to cleaning his glass. You do notice that he has a fairly impressive steel hand on one of his arms. It's very advanced looking prosthetic.
Look at it for a moment, kind of take a look, and then I'm going to roll a wisdom check to see kind of how it works. Like if there's any actual, okay, well, maybe not. It was a 9, but see if there's actually any moving parts on it that actively make it function, steam tube, shit like that.
You take a good long look at it, and while you could tell that it looks sturdy and very finely made, it doesn't appear to be steam powered or powered by anything mechanical that you're aware of. And it functions smoothly, almost as if it were natural, like a normal hand. You walk down just as he's, staring at this man's hand, and you have witnessed pretty much nothing. What would you like to do?
I'll walk up to the counter. I need a breakfast ale.
A breakfast ale?
Just a normal one will do. You don't have
For
to
someone of your stature?
Yes.
You look kind of thin. to be having an ale this early in the morning, lass.
Don't judge me.
Boy.
That chicken pissed me off this morning. I want something to drink.
Boy, listen. Kirby ain't never hurt anybody.
No, he's just annoying.
No, yeah, he is annoying. I bet he's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, I kind of heard some out there, but I just went back to sleep.
All right. 2 copper, I'll get you an ale.
Okay.
He goes and he gets you a nice frosty one. And he slides it over to you, and accepts the money.
Okay.
So, how'd you like the accommodations?
Well, they were nicer than the last town we were in. I mean, we didn't stay there, but that last town wasn't very nice.
Where'd that be?
I don't remember. It was a small hunting village. Didn't really care to know what it's called.
Pinedale or something.
Falcon.
Falcon Pines. That's it. Oh, I don't travel much these days. Used to travel quite a bit back in my younger days. Did a little bit of I'll call it freedom fight. But those days are all behind me. Now I just run this with Mr. Broadby. Have you met Broadby?
No.
You know, a short, little, plump halfling man, just as big around as he is tall. You can't miss him. He's a jolly little fella.
Well, I probably haven't seen him then.
Odd. He must be hunting food somewhere else. And when I say hunting, I don't mean literally hunting. He doesn't do any of that. He likes to walk around the market and check all the snacks.
Fair enough.
You be Korgar, right?
That's what they call me.
I think I heard your name whispered around the tavern sometime last night after you fellas retired. Nothing malicious from what I can tell, but it seems you guys are making a splash over in the guild.
Trying to. Lots of, well, things, stuff.
Wait, you guys had the fight with Titans-Storm in this tavern, right?
No, it was at House Rapolis.
Gotcha. Boy, there was a group of people, a fighter, a monk, a cleric, and some wizard chick. They were all talking. Well, they had some malicious things to say. They were over boasting about their, I don't know, I guess they had a fight with you guys over in another town. They said they whooped your asses, but
Yeah.
they didn't really look like the type.
Well, they can say what they like, but then again, I've seen plenty of ghosts talk before, so
What you mean?
they keep talking shit, they're gonna be ghosts.
Oh, I like you, mate. I like you. Here, this one's on the house. And he goes and he gets a little bit of that touch, and he slides it over to you. It's like got a nice little enchantment done on this one that keeps it cold.
I'll sip it down, just to like, thank you.
It's going to give you one use of advantage if used today in game.
Excellent.
Boy, so what's next for you lads then? I don't mean to be disrespectful when I say lads, lass. Just a term to refer to a group of people.
I understand that.
I understand that elves can be a little touchy about these kind of things.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, I don't rightly know what's going on today. We haven't really,
We didn't really decide what we're
yeah, we
doing.
haven't really checked the guild hall or any of the other things today. But, whatever it is, I'm sure we'll meet it in stride. And with this wonderful ale, we may just be back in time for dinner. If not, we're dead.
Well,
Yeah.
if you're dead, I'll go ahead and eat that chicken on your behalf.
Oh, no. That chicken's for breakfast.
Breakfast chicken. The greatest chicken. About this time, Amethyst comes out with a very finely. It's cooked to perfection. The skin on this chicken is crispy, and it is very well seasoned. There is more than enough for you two to share, or you could eat the entire thing yourself.
I'm gonna take... Actually, I don't have anything particularly sharp. I have arrows. I'll take an arrow tip and I'll just kind of saw it down the center, and I'll give him half of the chicken, and
Hey,
which
sort
I'll
of-
just place abruptly onto the bar.
Keurig, the barkeep, he kind of looks at you funny while you're doing that. He's like, "Hey, lad, you can do what you want with your equipment, but I could have got you a knife."
It's sharp enough. And I put the arrow back in the quiver.
He just sort of like shakes his head and like fondles his beard and goes back to cleaning his glasses. The glass is spotless. It's more just to keep his hand busy
Yeah.
until things pick up.
Hey, can you give me a plate for this? You just kind of threw it on the counter there.
I'm gonna look up with like a mouthful of food. You don't need a plate for this, it's brick rope. As I'm like ripping pieces of the chicken bones apart.
Keurig grabs you a plate and he's like, "You could put it on yourself."
Yeah, I'm just gonna eat it slower than the orc.
In a more civilized manner, you
Yeah.
mean? That's always good.
I tried to put it in another way, but yeah. Do I notice? You said he had like a prosthetic arm.
Yeah, you
I assume
do
I
notice
noticed that.
Yeah.
Can I like? Do I notice anything specific about it, or?
Yeah.
17.
So you look at it
Got
and
bone too grip.
you notice that while it's not a variation of your ghost hand, it is fueled by some sort of magic.
Mm.
It's very finely made. It functions smoothly as if it was an ordinary hand that you would be born with. But other than that, you can't ascertain much other than it's finely made, sturdy.
Hey, where did you get your arm there?
Boy, this one,
Mhm.
I grew this one when I was born. This one,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I
Oh,
hold up my nub.
you elves can't take a joke, can you?
They can take other things though.
Good one, Torgar. Anyways, this one, I met a wise man up to the north. He's quite the forge smith. He actually made this for me. He didn't accept any money. He asked for a favor, and I took care of that for him, and he hooked me up with this hand.
You know about whereabout he was, or maybe the name or anything?
Oh, it's been years. I tell you what, you guys are going to be in town for a few days, right?
Most likely.
Let me think on it. Maybe
Okay.
look through my journals. I'll get his name for you. Just remind me next time you guys are in.
Okay.
Haven't had anyone ask about the hand in a little while. I guess they're just used to it by now, most of the people.
Oh, I just asked because, you know.
Does it come with silicone sleeve?
What's silicone, mate?
Soft rubbery material.
Boy, what's rubber? You should have seen the look on your face, mate.
Maybe
I know what rubber is.
maybe leather sleeve.
Oh yeah, I see you're one hand short of a pair there. There a story to that?
Not anyone I'm proud of.
You don't have to be proud of it for it to be a good story. I'm all ears, and I'm stuck here for at least half the day.
Well, it involves a trap and not disarming it correctly.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
classic. Did you get any better at that?
Yeah. I still have my other one.
That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, you gonna try to get yourself one of these?
Eventually, but I make do and I summon my ghost hand and eat the chicken with it. I can manage for now.
Boy, that's a fancy little parlor trick you got there. How sturdy is that thing?
Can draw a longbow.
Fairly sturdy then.
Mm-hmm.
Is it this sturdy though? He goes over and you notice there's a fairly large anchor that he has like sitting back along with some other like nautical decoration. He appears to have some sort of sailing background from his adventuring days. And he takes his metal hand and you see his arm flex and he starts to bend the end of the anchor down a little bit. And he releases his hand, and you could see solid indents where his hand used to be, where the fingers were in the solid iron of the anchor. I don't like destroying my decorations, but I didn't want to destroy my bar, so I figured the anchor could take some punishment. What you think of that?
Well, I can't do that.
Maybe we'll hook you up with this fella. He'll get you one of these. Although, you might want to get some muscle behind that hand. It ain't all hand, you see. Some of this is natural.
Linguistic skills.
Roll me perception, Korgar.
No.
What is it?
It's focus on the chicken.
Yeah, you're so focused on the chicken, you don't notice anything. You're talking to, hold on, his name has already slipped from my mind, even though I said it 50 times, so it wouldn't. Keurig. While you're talking to him, you see a reflection, and you look over to the end of the bar, and you notice that his daughter is sort of like looking at Korgar. But as soon as she notices you look over, she goes back into the kitchen very quickly, acting like nothing happened.
Well, that was interesting.
You gonna keep that to yourself?
Absolutely.
All right. You finish your chicken. You guys are both well fed, and you're feeling quite refreshed. At about this point, the large portal swings open, and a very round little halfling man comes strutting in. And it's, when I say strutting, it's more of a waddle. And he just walks up, he's like, "Oi, new guests, welcome to the Underhill Tavern. Have you been fed?"
Indeed.
Oh.
It seems you have as well.
Oh, all the time. Breakfast, second breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, second dinner, and snack time. At a minimum.
Well, who might you be to just roll up on a group of friends?
Alright, well, I'm the co-owner of this establishment,
Fair enough.
and I wanted to inquire if either of you have any culinary skills.
Can't say I do.
I can cook a good hunted meal, but nothing crazy.
That's a shame. You guys probably wouldn't want to be part of my little contest then, would you? It's open to anybody.
Well,
You
I
can
don't
play
think
as a team.
I can cook meat well, but as far as the seasonings and all that go, I don't think I'll really be much good.
I've never really had any cooking experience, so.
At this moment, you guys hear a brash voice from over in the corner, and he's like, "Some adventurer you are, Korgar. No culinary skills. Only thing worse than your culinary skills is your swordsmanship. Or whatever you do with that clunky thing you call a hammer."
Then it technically wouldn't be called swordsmanship, and if you thought that that was the correct term, then you're less intelligent than I am. I pity you. I'll say a prayer on your behalf.
This person is the leader of Titan Storm, who's familiar to you. Him and his little posse are over in the corner, and he's like, "I may not be smart," but he doesn't say anything else. He just sort of glares at you and ends there.
Well,
At least you admit it.
if you want to keep running your mouth, this can end up a little worse than it did last time, but that's up to you.
Well, how about instead of jumping straight to the violence like we like a bunch of savages, how about a little wager on this competition?
No, I'm more partial to the violence.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna pull out my hammer, and I'm gonna give it a little light kiss.
Fair enough. I guess that magic sword will just be mine then.
That's fine. I have no need for a sword. You have a need for a sword?
no. I don't use a sword.
No one who uses swords in here. So be it then. Well, I'm sure you have lots of adventuring to do as obsidian level adventurers.
Yes, because we're more
Indeed.
capable.
I'm sure you'll get crushed in the competition, but if you don't, feel free to come back and talk shit, and you can get crushed with the hammer.
Doubtful.
We'll
I'm
have to,
gonna proverbially press X to doubt his doubt.
You press a little X that's engraved on the side of your hammer.
Outstanding.
Officially doubted. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna stand up, give him one of these, and then I'm gonna say, "All right, Grillian, let's go to the guild hall. Us Obsidian adventurers have work to do." And then,
We got real adventuring to do.
They all sort of mutter to themselves as you're walking past, but nothing really audible. Once again, the cleric who always looks frightened just sort of looks at your group longingly, like she'd rather be a part of your party, or any other competent party than the group of people she's with.
I don't remember.
I'll just like, "Oh man, I sure wish we had a full-time healer. Such hard work using all my cleric spells for damage."
She sort of like perks up and watches you guys as you walk out, but you notice her reaction. Both of you do.
I think that's about enough of that.
You guys walk out to quite a commotion as you hear screaming coming from the center of the what I call this, the market district. Yeah, the center of the market district. There appears to be a group of paladins, and they're yelling at the Muffin Man and his flesh golem. "Get that filthy beast out of town! Be gone with your filth! It is unholy!"
I'm gonna stride towards them.
Do so.
I'm gonna follow along. I really don't care either way.
I'm gonna do it really awkwardly and like not swing my arms at all. I'm just gonna walk directly towards them.
Well, all right, what are you doing?
Oi! What the hell is that? Looking at Muffin Man and addressing him.
He wants to know where to find one.
Well, what's what exactly?
That.
Oh, that? Well, we didn't really name her yet. I guess she's a flesh golem.
A whole lot of flesh and pretty much all the right areas there.
At that moment, one of the paladins sort of like steps between you and is like, "My apologies, brother. I had to save you from the unclean sight you just laid your hands upon.
No
Here,
worries, fellow.
Come, walk with me in the light."
Sure, right on, fellow virgin.
He takes a moment to ponder. It's like this term again. What does it mean? Is it a compliment? An insult?
Where do we know this guy?
A statement of fact?
He was the guy in the one. It's the group of paladins from.
Oh,
He
okay.
looks over and he's like, "Gabriel, what say ye?" And a knight with all black armor and some wicked-looking horns says, I'm not sure, Luck. Methinks it's a compliment." And then the third one with a great helm on, like one of those bucket great helms, is like, must be. Come, let's spread the word of the light to some more holy people and get away from this filth. And it's sort of like,
And I'm gonna just kind of look back to like the Muffin Man and Carillion, give him a wink, and then continue to walk away, leading the paladins elsewhere.
yeah, you strut off, and they are dead silent as they walk, and they sort of like look around for things that they could clean up, so to say, or basically anything that doesn't remind them of the unholy sight they just laid their hands upon. After a little while, they sort of just stop, as if they're taking a moment to ponder what exactly they're going to do next, and they sit there in thought for a really long time, and it's
Look
kind
at
of
them
awkward.
being slightly more holy than them as a cleric. Get around often, like awkward small talk because I don't fucking know them.
Yes, we do. Off spreading the light to all the four corners of the world. At least as far as we could walk on foot, having lost our mighty steeds.
That's a shame.
That reminds me, we must get new steeds. Gabriel! Yes, brother. We need new steeds. And they strut off towards some stables. But they don't bother saying goodbye or addressing you. They just sort of walk away briskly.
I'm gonna, like, give a prayer to Ular that they all get laid.
Roll me religion. Let's see if Ular hears you.
He can hear you, but
That's a 19.
He hears you, but he doesn't think they deserve it. And you get that sense from him.
Fair enough.
it'd be so easy to mess with them.
The Muffin Man sort of like walks up behind you and gives you a firm pat on the shoulder. He's like, well, will you be entering that contest then?
I don't know, it sure seems like everybody wants me to enter that contest.
Well, I figured I'd bring my particular skills into the fray, but they actually needed someone to hunt for the ingredients.
Now that's more my style.
I thought that
I
might
can
be
cook
up
a
your
good
alley.
piece of meat, but Gorgar's not exactly a chef.
Well, if you happen to go out and get me some fine meat that I could use in my baking, then perhaps I will share the reward with you.
I look at him, just confounded. Who bakes meat?
The Muffin Man does.
Cook meat on simple skillet or over fire. No need to bake meat. That's overhandling.
You've never had a meat muffin.
What kind of muffin man?
So
is
this is confusing. I don't quite rightly know how to.
I'm
go about this.
I'm referring to Food Lab. It's like a meat pie, but muffin shaped instead of pie shaped. You get my drift.
It seems like you drifted quite far.
I
I will retrieve you fine meats. Though I do respectfully ask that you keep your meat pies to yourself. I will cook myself a meal.
Very well, very well. If you don't want to enjoy the best food you've ever had, by all means.
Best food back in hometown.
And where would that be?
Place called Torg Hall.
Can't say I've heard of it.
Of course you haven't. Not part of main continent.
Ah, that's why. No need for a Muffin Man to travel that far away.
You never know. Exotic berries only grow in snow.
That might make a delicious breakfast muffin.
Indeed.
I shall keep this in mind. Thank you. And he goes over. I guess the flesh golem went over to one of the food stands and started helping herself. So he's sort of shooing her away from it and pulling her off to where she can't harass the good people of Willowdale.
Carillion, you help hunt
I suppose I can.
as I start maliciously loading my crossbow in town like, I'm gonna kill some deer.
A few people take notice, but no one really seems bothered.
Well,
Have serrated arrows now. Bolts. Good for ripping flesh.
well, how much do they need though?
Don't know. 2 deer shouldn't be too hard to get.
Most likely not.
I wonder how meat muffin would be like if you were to make some like bacon and put some savory ingredients into a muffin.
Well, think
As
of
you
it
can
like
imagine,
doing this. Take pancake batter,
Yeah. and put
mixing
bacon
the
in.
maple syrup in with the pancake batter, then take your bacon, pre-cook it, crumble it, then put it into the pancake batter mix and put in muffin tins.
Mhm.
Probably come out pretty good. It won't rise because it doesn't have the ingredients to, but if you made it like basically cornbread muffins where they're just flat on top,
Yeah, that
Probably
might be
pretty
pretty good. Yeah. All right, at least that's a viable thing. Like I said, I don't know anything about baking, so I was just shooting from the hip there.
well, I mean, honestly, with his meat muffins, you could basically assume that it'd be like a shepherd's pie, or like a pot pie with a small, little crust on the outside and then
Yeah,
some mashed taters or something up top that have been browned and crisped.
might be pretty good.
Honestly,
Actually, it's pretty
it does sound pretty fucking good.
good. Here you are insulting the Muffin Man's work of art.
Salted him.
Kyorgar doesn't believe in meat muffins.
Anyways, would you guys like to go hunting immediately, or are you guys gonna mess around in town for a little bit longer?
Well, I don't think we really have any much more to do, so grab a couple deer and come right back.
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
Sorry, replying to one of the players. What are we doing?
You guys are going hunting, I guess.
Oh, no one to stop at Guild Hall first.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't take too long to get us 2 deer.
Depends on your skill.
I mean, I'm a pretty good shot, so.
I get 1 deer, you get the other.
Okay.
Hopefully you can track.
Well, I just can't carry it back, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes.
No need. Korgar carry back.
Okay.
So is that what you guys are doing? You guys are going straight for the hunt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess so.
Figured it won't take too long, so. Hopefully.
Yeah. You guys go out the north gate and head over towards the woods, which aren't, a far cry from the thing. You get there in like an hour or 2. Once you walk through some like farmland. You guys are now at the edge of the forest. It's actually quite a lovely day out. Although the air is starting to get cool now that you guys have gotten into fall. And there's some of the leaves are starting to change. The pines, of course, are fine.
I think I'll use one of these pelts to make some winter clothes for myself. I don't have any. Realized.
I'm gonna kind of wander through the woods, just looking for any traces of deer, elk, or moose tracks around.
I don't want to have my bow out with an arrow knocked.
Go ahead and roll me perception.
Not survival for tracking, or just perception to find it.
Whatever's higher, I'll let you roll.
Okay. Sure, my survival is that's 19.
All right. You find an old game trail and you walk along it, and it takes you to like a thicker area in the woods, and you find a little clearing that's sort of like protected around the edges by some trees, and there's a really large buck just sitting in the middle of this, peacefully eating the grass. And then you see something glimmer behind it. There appears to be some sort of shrine, an old shrine of some kind, over at the edge of the wood.
I'm going to point out, is it just a standard looking deer?
Yeah.
I'm going to tap him and have him move forward because he's probably a better shot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I assume, how far away is the deer? Like roughly?
It's within your range.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose we'll just take a shot at it.
Yeah, I'll have my crossbow up, so if I see that he misses the shot, I can immediately shoot.
And then specifically, I'm aiming for the vital organs, like the heart and the lungs and everything, like, how you're really supposed to with hunting.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. Roll twice. If either one hits, it'll hit. But if both of them will hit, double your damage.
Okay, well, the first one is 16. Second one is a nat 20.
All right, yeah. Don't bother rolling damage. That deer is
Okay,
dead. He doesn't even have a chance to hop. Like, he sort of does a half hop and just face plants into the ground as his vital lifeblood gushes out of his body.
Delightful. I'm going to walk forward to it. Carillion. Lead the deer. I check shrine.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll a religion check on the shrine, which was actually not horrible for once. It's 14.
You walk up to it, and it appears to be a shrine to the god Balder. And it is adorned with all kinds of offerings of gold and necklaces. And there's a single beam of light penetrating the trees, illuminating the gold, so that it glistens ever so slightly.
I'll say a quick prayer at it, and I'll offer a gold to it, and then I'll walk away. and then I'll come back and help him. After, I'm assuming, would in that time frame, would he have had time to, cut the throat, all that jazz?
Oh yeah, he's had time to. He's just now getting to work. It wasn't a very long exchange for your. Or was it a lengthy prayer, or was it more like?
Like a quick, like, hey there, it's me, your boy, Jorgar, out here with the Pantheon. Ular says what's up. So,
Gotcha.
Or Ular.
I'll give each of you an inspiration. You for killing that deer in a single mighty shot, and then you for leaving the blessing.
Delightful.
These particular ones will expire this session, so make sure you use them.
Yeah. Once he's hit the, the spot to fucking bleed out the deer, I'm just gonna pick it up by the hind legs and huff it over my, just over my shoulder.
Mm-hmm. You pick it up easily, but this deer is heavy. Like, this will probably fulfill any meat requirements the Muffin Man has by himself. This is a robust creature.
What think? Need more or good enough?
Well, I'd say it's a heavy, but it's probably not heavy for you. But it doesn't seem like a good size.
Decent size. Feed family at least 2-3 days.
It'll be good then.
Okay.
I mean, we're only using it for the competition, right?
Suppose you're right. I'll take the deer and just let it bleed out as we walk back. That way, by the time we're back at the village, I can just sit there, butcher it down, skin it. That way, the meat's all clean and fresh. And I'll look for somewhere in town that has a bucket or something that I can take some of the the scrap shit and just toss it, like all the guts and all that.
I'm sure if you talk to the tavern owner, he could hook you guys up with some of the stuff you need. He seems like a pretty friendly guy, and the co-owner's hosting the competition, so I don't think they'd mind.
Yeah. And then once he's done with the hide, then I'd like to find a leather tanner and then someone to make some sort of warmer clothes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. As you guys are going to leave this clearing, you hefted this thick deer over your shoulders. You see a lone fighter walk into the thing, and he doesn't seem to pay you much mind. He looks like he's, maybe just above a town guard. He's got some guard attire on, maybe slightly better quality. It's like, wasn't expecting to see anyone here. Just coming to leave a blessing at the shrine.
As you will.
You two wouldn't happen to be members of the guild, are you?
We are.
Indeed.
Oh, maybe you heard of me. My name is Geralt. I'm a friend of the Muffin Man.
Well, considering we just met the Muffin Man as we came into town yesterday, we haven't heard of you.
Did he mention me? They called me Meat Shield.
He really didn't.
My name is Geralt.
I have heard of a meat shield before.
Oh, excellent.
I have meat shield here. And I hold up the deer. And I just hold it out, casually, holding the whole deer and then prop it back.
He sort of, looks at you very briefly with disdain, and he's like, well, have a nice day, I guess. And he sort of shuffles sadly over to the altar to leave his blessing. You guys, if you're heading straight back to town, you make it back without any issue.
Yeah, no reason for any side stops or anything. Once we get back, I'll go talk to the taverner. I'll leave the deer out behind the back. Watch deer. No let somebody steal.
Mm-hmm.
Walk in. Taverner. I need a bucket. Maybe plate or two. For cooking competition.
Ah, yes. I could help you with that, lad. And he goes and gets you the stuff that you need.
Yeah, at this point, I'd have taken, on the edge of his windowsill or something, and, I would assuming being a hunter, I would have probably, a basic fillet knife and, things like that to, work on the deer and the pelt and all that. I'll just take it, hook it up to just over the window so that it can bleed down, and then I'll just start cutting away at the pelt.
All right, you do so. You prepare very well. You have everything that you need, and it's all finally separated.
Cool. Once he brings me the bucket, I'll take the gut sack out, slap it off to the side. I don't know if your pigs eat this, but I'll put it off, and then I'll start, cutting up the meat. I'll just hawk off the legs each, and then from there just go systematically until I get to the back strap, and then once I have the back strap cut out, I'll cut enough of that a good bit for the Muffin Man to use in his cooking, and then I'll take the rest. I'll take some of it and I'll start cooking it over like the tavern's fireplace, and then anything left over I'll take into town. I'll give me and him each a leg.
All right, yeah, you do so. You notice some of the droppings on the ground are being pecked at by a very familiar-looking black rooster. He doesn't seem to pay you any mind. He just sort of like takes whatever little bits of substance he can get, and he sort of like does a shuffle, and he runs off.
Yeah, I'm not going to directly attack the chicken, but just off to the side of him, I'm going to cast Sacred Flame at like a 10-foot bird.
You hear like a and he sort of like it singes his feathers, and he runs off.
That's what I thought.
All right then.
No light chickens. They don't last in the cold.
I just don't like it because they're annoying.
That they are, especially this one.
Yeah.
Well, you find a tanner without any issue.
Mm-hmm.
It really just has like a picture of a deer, but the shop itself isn't named. It looks like it's pretty finely constructed, though. It's got like a stone foundation and a nice wooden structure with some red tiles on the roof.
Okay. I'm gonna go in, and whoever's running it, then yeah. Good.
There's you walk in, and it's actually quite a mess. It smells like they tan leather in here. So
Right place.
there's a mixture of unpleasant smells and pleasant smells sort of at the same time. So you're not really sure what to think.
Mm.
But this is certainly the right place. There's an old man just sort of like sitting at the counter, drumming the counter and staring at you as you walk in.
So I have.
Before you mention it, we don't do BDSM gear.
Yeah, I saw the flesh golem. That's not what I'm after.
Thank goodness.
I just want this hide to be tanned so I can make it into some sort of winter clothes.
Lad, you know what kind of establishment this is?
No,
This is a tanning establishment. I can do that.
I'm just.
Show me what you got.
I'm just gonna set the hide on the counter.
What kind is this? Your
The deer hide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I figured I'll save the other one for later.
You said you want something warm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to get in some fur, but I could do something. Where you say 10 gold, and I'll get you some fur. It'll be done in 2 days.
Oh, wouldn't the deer hide have some?
Yeah, you're gonna want more. You're gonna want more fur.
Yeah. 10 gold. How much do I have?
I bring him in one of my other spare pelts from one of my other hunts so he can double side it, so it's fur on both sides.
Okay, yeah, that'll help.
Okay.
I have some chicken feathers. Not as good as goose down.
If you had a lot of the feathers, it might do. I don't think you have enough.
Maybe embroider them and look fancy on Elf Lady.
Yeah, I could put some of these shiny black feathers around the neck piece. That leads you.
I mean, okay, but I just really needed something warm since it's getting into the colder seasons.
All right.
Season.
Well, you got the money then?
Do you want to do half now and half when it's finished, or?
Pay me all of it when it's finished.
Okay. Can't do that.
He's sort of like, without any further word, he just sets right off to work. He doesn't have anyone here to assist him in the shop, so he's either manning the desk or he's tanning hides, but not both.
Okay, I'm gonna head out.
I'll casually but loudly talk to him about Titan Storm being dickheads, so I could passively try to get everybody in town to hate them and stop serving them.
Oh, yeah, I know that bunch you're talking about. That fighter came in and tried to get some armor from me, but he didn't have any money, so I told him to piss off.
Goddamn wars.
What's a fighter want leather armor for anyways? Pathetic. Can't even afford some decent chain. Should be over at the blacksmith.
I hear the chain takes his nipples.
How did
If
you?
his skin's that weak, maybe he shouldn't be out adventuring.
Well, they couldn't beat us, so yeah, they're pretty weak.
I guess that'll... Well, I got tanning to do. I'm sure you got places to be. Out of my shop.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to the guild hall, I guess. Next place I gotta go, I suppose.
He just sort of mutters to himself, and he goes over and gets straight to work.
Well, guess we're heading to the guild hall.
You guys walk across the marketing district over towards the guild hall, and you see the mayor escorting 2 carts over to the side. She sort of doesn't notice you guys. She's just minding her own business. And you see them park over to the side of the guild hall and sort of get secured with a watch on them. But other than that, there's nothing crazy going on, just usual guild activities. On the outside,
I'll walk in, kind of peer around, see if it looks particularly busy that day, and then I'll take a look at the quest board.
as soon as you walk in, you hear a familiar voice yelling, "I don't care how much gold you have. Insomnia is not something to hire a guild for. This is an adventurer's guild, not a potion maker."
I'll look and see who it is.
You look over, and it's actually the tiefling woman that works at the guild hall in the other town. For some reason, she's here. She's got you see a huge pair of gray ears poking up on the other side of the corner that belong to some large beast, and she appears to be arguing with a human farmer. He's like, "Boy, but I'm telling you, there's some sort of creature out there that's keeping us from collecting the Baldur's Brow that we need to sleep. And the only ones that can get it are this group of rapscallions who are charging us 1,000% the usual price for it. We don't have the money to keep buying it, and no one can sleep."
I'll walk up to the. Wait, so she's at the desk?
Yeah, she's at the desk.
I'll walk up to her and the farmer. I'll give him a curt nod and look at her. "Oi, I thought we take money for things, yeah? I had to slay rats recently. That doesn't seem exactly like adventure work."
Well, rats are in more immediate danger than somebody not being able to sleep.
You know what happens when people don't sleep?
Not
They
my
look like
problem.
you. And act like you.
She looks at you with disdain. But that's about it. Did you have some business?
I look to the man. "I'll take your quest."
He's like, "You will? Oh, thank you so much, lad." You look at this guy. He's got huge bags under his eyes, and he looks pale. He's like, "I haven't slept in 2 weeks.
How are you still alive?
Not
I
helpful.
don't know, but I wish I wasn't.
There's ways to fix that.
I hear there is a meth
I have a
problem
family.
in the local area.
Yeah.
I have a cousin up here.
The tiefling girl sighs. She's like, "Well, I guess I'll mark you guys down as taking this quest then."
Yes, you will. And then I'll just turn my back and start walking with, grab the farmer and start walking with him. And I'll look to you and kind of give you a nod.
Yeah.
So-
guess we'll head out with them.
What are the details?
As soon as you turn your back, she has quite a long tail. She slaps your ass. And then when you turn around, she winks at you. But that's it.
Good thing I said harder.
The brief moment you turn around, you see that that giant pair of gray ears belong to a large wolf that has hopped up onto the counter and is just sort of like eyeing you guys as you walk away. But other than that, he's minding his own business.
Pretty big wolf.
Are you guys heading straight over to this this other town, or you guys want to look at the quest board?
I'll take a quick peek at it, real quick, and I'll keep the farmer with us, but I'll take a quick peek.
Let's see. You look over at the mission board, and you see there's a mission to collect 2 cartloads of Baldur's Brow at the neighboring town. And there's a note that says the mayor will be providing carts and horses to anyone who's willing to escort the carts over to the field where it's collected. There's a mission to clear out a goblin warren to the southeast of town, and then there's a steel level quest. Farms to the west, near an ancient castle, have been losing cows to some sort of beast. All the cows are found horribly mutilated, and there's a large claw mark sticking deep into the ground nearby, whether it be grass or stone in the vicinity.
What level was that?
Steel.
Oh, yeah. No, we can't do that.
Well, I say we take the Baldur's Brow quest and just do it in conjunction. I'm assuming it's the same town.
It is.
I'll take that. Head back up to the counter, slap it down, and say, need carts.
You're talking to Lilith, right? She points over to the side of the building. She's like, Mayor should have had them escorted round back. Just go grab them, tell them you're on the quest, and they'll give you some drivers so you don't have to drive them yourselves.
Okay. Give her a wink, and then I turn away.
She notices the wink.
It's like
She's
a
best
really
pleased.
obvious, like, orcish one.
Yeah, with all of your charm, all what is it, -1 or +0?
No, my charisma's actually good. Well,
Oh, that ain't too bad. Yeah, that's good for an orc.
that's why I did it. The full-blooded orc, it has to have charisma. Yeah, it's 12.
Yep, that's fair. All right, yeah. You guys go around, and you see the carts exactly where they were described to you, along with drivers. And they don't have guards. They expect you to be the guards.
Yeah, I'm still having the farmer come along with us. And I say, took quest, need ride.
I suppose I do need a ride. I haven't slept in such a long time. I don't know if I'd be able to walk back.
Good. Legs look weak.
And his legs are weak. They're literally wobbling as he drags himself halfway into the cart and then literally falls asleep and just falls back right on his ass.
I'm going to take a moment to assess whether or not his palms are sweaty. And if there is vomit on his sweater already.
There is vomit on his sweater. And his palms are, they're sweaty. Slightly
clammy.
Yeah, clammy.
Mom spaghetti. And then I'll sit in the back of the cart as we head along towards the next village over.
I'll sit next to the driver.
All right, someone go ahead and roll me save travels.
I sucked at that last time, so.
That was a 3.
Ooh, maybe I should have rolled.
Maybe so. 1 minute.
All right, everybody, it looks like it's time for our 10-minute break. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. Once again, I'm Randy Royce, and let's start with a brief recap of what happened in the last hour. So, our brave adventurers had waken up in the town of Willowdale, went on some adventures, like murdering a rooster, and going on a brief hunt where they found a shrine of Balder and a man named Meatshield who was going to give an offering. They captured a fairly thick deer with at least 2 C's thick, provided lots of deer meat, went into great detail about skinning it, which was fantastic, mind you, and now they are heading to the town of Sleepy Oak to help collect some Baldur's Brow and deal with some ne'er-do-wells deal with the sleepless town and the ne'er-do-wells who are hoarding all the Baldur's Brow to themselves. Alright, you guys are just sort of like traveling along in your cart, and the sun has just started to set, and darkness is slowly settling on the land. But right now, all you could hear is the sounds of the night and the creaking of the cart as you guys move along towards the intended destination.
Alright.
Do we plan on stopping though? You're just gonna roll.
Yeah,
right
how long is
through?
the travel to the next town?
You guys aren't sure without referring to a map, but you could probably wake up the farmer and ask.
Yeah, that I was just gonna ask whoever's driving the cart, and I need to wake him up. If he's actually asleep, like I'll just leave him be.
The guy looks over at you. He's like, about one more day, maybe a half a day. If we leave in the morning.
Do you know of an area where we can stay that's a little safer? Well, I mean, ish. I guess safer-ish.
I don't know any stops between here and there, but we could probably just find a copse of trees and start a fire.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, that sounds good to me. About what time of day?
It's evening now. Like the sun has just set and darkness is settling on the land.
I'm gonna give. How many carts is it? Is it just ours, or is there more than one?
There's
the group.
There's 2 carts. There's your cart, and well, they're both your carts, but there's the one you guys are riding in, and there's one behind you.
Well, they're the drivers. I'll let them drive until they're ready to stop for the night, and then. Yeah. What are the drivers like race wise? Are they human or?
Yeah, they're both human.
I'm gonna give them both eyes of night.
For a moment, they're startled. Like, what is this? I could see everything. Well,
That's what it's like to be non-human.
maybe not everything, but I could see.
Blessings of Euler.
Send my regards to Euler. This is pretty sweet.
Wait,
Well,
religion check. The boy said this shit's sick.
Euler is appreciative. They decide that they want to go ahead and make camp, so they find you guys a spot right by a little stream in a copse of trees that's pretty well concealed from the main path, but they're close enough to the water source for the horses to drink, and you guys are reasonably secure where you're at.
Right on. Yeah, I'll just make my bed for the night. Look over Krillin. I take first watch.
Yep.
You do the rest as normal.
Same as usual.
Okay, sounds good.
You guys, as you're making camp, you hear sort of like a really sad whining sound coming from the woods, just a little bit deeper in, away from the path, and then like a rattling, like a chain.
What kind of whining is it? Is it like a person or animal?
It's a,
like a canine whining, like it's in pain.
if we can recognize that, then I'll say, probably animal stuck in trap. As I'm assuming I would have heard that sound before.
Yeah, you could probably have ascertained that pretty easily with your experience.
Let's go check animal. Maybe meat. Maybe release. Might be guardian.
Are the drivers and the carts going to be fine here alone? And the farmer?
Fair question. You won't go with me.
Well, if it's a trap, then you could probably are better at opening it.
Fair enough. I go. So I'll prep up. I'm gonna give the farmer my crossbow while I'm gone. Easy operate. Point. Pull lever.
You still passed out. Do you just like said, or do you give it to one of the drivers?
Kind of assumed they'd have weapons if they were sent like from town and to the guild.
Oh, that's why they wanted guards.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
just drivers.
I'll give one of them my crossbow and I'll give the other my hand axe.
He sort of like looks spooked. He's like, "Is everything okay? I could use one of these, but is something wrong?"
No, just cautionary.
Okay. Are you guys both leaving?
No, just me.
Oh, thank goodness. Not that I'm scared or anything, but you know,
Don't fear Reaper.
I'm a little afraid of the Reaper. I like being alive.
Don't fear the Reaper. The wind or the sun or the rain. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and I'm just gonna follow the whining sounds. I'll have my shield out with my hammer, just in case it is a trap for me, not a trap animal.
Gotcha. You stumble through the woods, and you're not really stumbling.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to see.
You're quite good at traveling through the woods, but
Okay.
that's how I'm going to describe it. It's graceful stumbling though, and you don't make much noise.
Me name Korgar.
Yeah, it's like if a football player had taken years of ballet, and you get to a little opening in the trees, and you see a white wolf like glistening in the moonlight. It's trying to pull itself out of a hunting trap, and it's sort of like starting to gnaw at its leg, but it stops every few seconds.
I don't have anything that can help that, but I will create a Euler to try to pacify the animal enough for me to help it, or at least let it kind of sense my intentions. Well, that's gonna be a 6 on the prayer, so I guess I'll just let it. Hopefully, let it just kind of sense the old intentions, as animals tend to do. But as a precaution, since I'm approaching from one direction, I'm gonna. Is there like a wood line around the rest of where the wolf is, or can I see pretty well, like in between the trees?
You can see in between the trees, but you are surrounded by woods.
How high up is the canopy?
Maybe about 20 feet.
I'm gonna cast fairy fire on the canopy and see if there's anything hiding in the branches.
You do, and you don't find anything that stands out really. Just woodland creatures.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up then and just kind of like very cautiously approach. Like I'm gonna put my my shield back and my hammer. I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep it behind my back where if I need to strike, I can, but I'm not gonna have it visible to the wolf. And I'm just gonna low hand approach old boy there.
It as soon as you get like near to it, it stops what it's doing and it sort of looks over at you and it snarls for a moment. But then it just sort of like slumps down in exhaustion and lets you approach.
Don't bite me there, boy. And then I'm gonna take my foot on one end of the trap and then me big strong hands and just crank it back.
Go ahead and roll me a strength check.
It's a fucking bear trap. A normal human can operate them. Strength check, total 22.
Alright, yeah, you pull it open easily.
Fucking snap that fucking trap.
Yeah, You pull it so firmly that it breaks. It's not going to hurt anything else.
It smells like bitch in here.
The wolf pulls its leg free, and it sort of like gets up and licks its wound, and then it just looks over at you. You notice for the first time how big this wolf is. It's probably just a little bit smaller than a dire wolf, and it just sort of looks at you, and it nods, and you feel a brief energy pass through you, and it limps off into the woods. You now have the blessing of the wolf. What that's going to do is it's going to give you a +1 in any like diplomatic type checks that have to do with wolves, animal handling, anything like that. And it's going to give you a +1 to perception checks that have to do with smell.
Hmm.
And then eventually I'll add that into D&D Beyond.
3 weeks later.
It's situational anyway, so it's one you'll have to remember if you want to apply it anywhere.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, after that I'm just gonna walk back, let him know it's exactly what we thought it was, and then I'll leave the 2 drivers with those weapons for the time being until we get to town. That way they're at least armed. Though what I'll do is the next morning I'll swap the crossbow out for my other hand axe because I've got 2.
Okay.
Because a driver isn't really going to have much need for a ranged weapon while driving.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
But yeah, I'll bed down for the night after that, and well, I'll take first watch and then I'll bed down after he switches shifts.
Yeah, so 4 hours into the night.
Are you taking first watch?
Yeah, he's
I
taking
am,
first
and
watch
then-
for 4 hours, and
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
taking
taking
rest.
4 hours out of a 12-hour night, and then he takes the other 8 hours.
I just have to transfer
Trance.
4 hours.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me perception.
Oh yeah, that's 3 total.
You notice that
Oh no.
a fly rams itself straight into your eye socket, and you're sort of blinking when you notice a presence in the camp with you.
Or
It's sort of a brief moment where a darkness passes over the camp and then it disappears, and you hear a voice that you've heard before. So, fond of wolves, are we? It's a female voice.
sounds like hell.
Indeed it is. Indeed.
Not one of yours, I'd assume.
No, of course not.
Garmer usually look a little more your style.
Yeah. Garm does a good job guarding the gate, but I can't really take him around since I can't go around physically.
As I sit here with the fly hit my eye, like still sitting here trying to talk to hell.
She's like laughing. She laughs and she's like,
I had a bug hit my eye.
well, I didn't have much to say. I just sort of like to walk around and check in on things every now and then. Thought your actions were quite interesting back there. That is all.
Well, fair enough. Nice to see you.
Likewise. Hopefully I don't see you too soon.
Yeah, I can agree with that sentiment.
And with that, she sort of like
Yeah.
let's go puff and smoke.
Tip my hat and fucking fuck off, I guess.
Bless you. And then I guess nothing else happens for your guard shift. You guys go ahead and change over. Do you want to tell Carillion what happened?
Boy. So, hell today. You know,
Yeah.
the one with the half beautiful face, half
I saw.
skeleton thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Like in person, not in here.
You're taking this rather calmly.
Fine,
I
fuck
just
you.
don't
then.
believe him.
I just won't tell you.
Oh, you just straight up don't believe him, even though you met Hell in that previous spiritual. Were you there? You were there for the spiritual journey.
Mhm.
All right. I guess you're going to sleep then.
Yeah, just bet down. Get
Go
my,
ahead and roll me perception, really.
get my fairy butter spell back.
What is this one?
Outstanding move.
18. Or, well, non-natural 20.
So you don't notice anything dangerous or interesting up into the woodline. You do hear a strange whispering in your ear. It's like, I wonder what they're doing back on the island. You there to protect them. It's a familiar voice, a voice that you've heard recently, but not in this plane of existence.
Can I... Not in its point of existence. Like, what do you mean?
Where's your friend? The female one that you are set to protect. I don't see her with you.
Yeah, well, she had other things to do.
She got a normal 9 to 5.
I should hope she's alright.
I know she's alright.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You know, you're
don't know.
talking with voices in your head.
Yep.
One of the
Everybody else is asleep.
one of them is sort of like looking at you strangely, but he's trying really hard to make it look discreet. Like he's got his covers like half covered his face, but he's like looking at you and he looks genuinely concerned.
As he's doing so, Kyorgar is gonna roll over in his sleep and just rip one. Just
And with that, the ominous voice vanishes. It wants nothing to do with any of that.
scared away.
Quite powerful blessing you cast on the area. Blessing of the cheeks.
There's a brief flare up in the fire.
A few of the offending flies that were harassing you earlier burst into flames as the fire shoots up.
I'll smile delightedly in my sleep.
You're best pleased. Yeah, nothing else eventful happens throughout the night. It's now a beautiful autumn morning, and it's actually quite crispy outside. Nice and chilly. Crispy.
Alright, yeah. I'll go ahead and wake up, kinda stretch my neck, give a brief yawn before I get up and start looking around, see if anybody else is awake yet.
The drivers are actually still fast asleep, and the farmer looks considerably better than he did when you met him.
Good. I'm gonna take some of like the spare deer meat, since I never got to sell it in town, and just go ahead and start cooking up a couple deer steaks. I'll cook up 5 of them and call it good.
You cook up some pretty fine deer steaks, considering what you have available and your meager cooking ability. But as far as field meals go, it is passable.
Good meat need no seasoning. As I cook it to a perfect medium rare on the venison.
Do you agree with the no seasoning aspect, Curlian? Are you going to enjoy some of this flavorless deer meat?
I mean, I'm not going to say no to it.
It's sustenance and it's well cooked.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's like deer meat. About it.
Deer meat. Anyways, it's delicious.
What, you don't like
guys-
venison?
No, I do like
I was like-
venison. I've never just eaten unseasoned deer meat.
Well, I mean, lots of people just eat unseasoned steak. It's like a big thing.
Animals.
I'm more of an S&P guy, but, you know, there's people out there.
Well, they're wrong. They're welcome to it, though. Anyways, back to the game. Everyone enjoys the meal that you shared with them, and you're all well rested and well fed. Are you going to share anything that happened over the night with your friends?
Oh, well, it was the boys trying to talk shit to me, so about my own personal business.
So you're not going to tell them?
My own
I'd
personal
have
business.
personally... I would have looked at you and just pretended I didn't believe you on purpose. Were you being a fucking dickhead?
That would be kind of funny. Anyways, yeah, you guys head out and you start going along the trail towards town. And nothing happens. You guys make it all the way there. By about midday, you guys see the town like off on the horizon, just at the base of the mountains. You guys get up eventually to the entrance to what I call it, Sleepy Oak, and this is a much smaller town. It doesn't have like a protective wall. All of the buildings that you see are of like an ordinary wooden construction with thatched roofs instead of like nicer tile. And there's 2 guards there, but they're not really. They don't look as professional or as well equipped. They're more like militiamen, and they just look haggard. And they both scowl at you, and one spits when you walk up. They're just
Specifically at me, or
at the Laudia.
oh, okay. It's like racist.
What's your business here, Elf?
What was their business?
We're coming to pick up,
Oh,
partially to pick up Baldur's Brow, and then we took an off-the-books quest to help the farmer out. By the way, if the farmer was awake in the morning, I only wanted him awake enough to get into the cart, and then I cast sleep on his ass.
Oh yeah, he's still passed the fuck out in the
Yeah.
car.
Good.
Yeah, he's sleeping peacefully.
He kind of needs
He's like, well, we ain't. He stops for a second and he sort of like rubs his eyes. Hold on, what did you say your business was?
Boy, you look pretty tired there.
No fucking shit.
I'm gonna cast sleep on him.
Do it. The other guard like goes like he's gonna get up,
Great.
and then he throws down like his pitchfork. He's like, "Do me, please." He just falls straight forward like a fucking sack of rocks, just straight into the ground. Luckily, it's kind of soft there. This isn't like a hard stone way, so it's all like.
I'm gonna get out of the
Soft,
cart and
walk
place
around.
them both spooning each other.
I don't think they would even care at this point.
Good. Actually,
Sleep is sleep.
I'm putting them spooning each other in the back of the cart and dragging them so they don't get killed by something random.
It's awfully kind of you.
I think about the consequences of my actions. Yeah. I'm going to take them in the cart because if we're in town, I'm going to assume that if something breaks out, we probably make it over there pretty quick. And that we're probably going to be more effective than 2 very, very sleepy guards.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
We don't need fucking Eeyore trying to fight the enemy.
While you guys are traveling through town, you notice everyone has that same, like, angry, fatigued look to them. Like, they're all awake and very unhappy about it. A lot of them, like, spit in your direction or scowl openly as you walk through. A few of the businesses sort of look at you and close their doors as you're walking past.
Well,
I'm going to stare at them and then, like, work up the largest loogie I've ever made in my life and just right on there. Just
Oh, what's all this then? Some burly looking dude walks over to you. Can you pay me insult?
I'm
everybody's
paying everybody that just spit in my general direction insult. Were you one of those people?
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
Then it seems it's not your problem.
It seems that way. I'm too tired to deal with it anyways.
Good. Go to sleep.
What you got in that car? You wouldn't happen to have any Baldur's Brow, would you?
Not yet. I've got 3 sleeping people, though. You want to make 4?
You can put me to sleep.
Hell yeah, I can.
That ain't a euphemism for killing
No.
me, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah, put me to sleep.
I'm gonna pick him up, put him up, spooning the other 2 guys in the cart. And I'm gonna add Jeff, I'm assuming his name's Jeff, the farmer.
Hold on, I actually named this guy. His name is...
His name is Jeff.
Yeah.
No, Jeff is the big farmer from that town that you guys met in your one shot. So there's already a Jeff. His name is Dory Thomas.
Well,
I'm gonna call him Tommy.
hopefully he's not trying to find Nemo, because
He's like the littlest spoon of the group. Like the other two guys were like some pretty big dudes, and then you got this huge chungus that you lifted up into the cart. He is definitely the big spoon.
Yeah, I'm just
None of
creating.
these guys are gonna freeze to death.
It's basically like I'm creating a whole silverware drawer of people in the back of this cart.
Basically, they're just all different sized spoons, so they fit together weird, but it works.
We might as well just.
I just go biggest to smallest.
We might as well just put the whole town to sleep at this point.
Don't have enough.
That's a lot of sleep.
I mean,
Your boy's already running on one spell for the rest of the day. Brandished his hammer, delighted. Oh no, looks like I don't have to be heel bitch.
let's get the
A
boulders.
more official looking person walks up to you. He's got what looks like some sort of badge of office on his chest. He must be the head guard or maybe the sheriff around here. He's like, "You lot from Willowdale?
Yep.
Yep.
Who's that you got in the back of your cart?"
We got a farmer, a
people.
couple guards, and someone else.
And how did these fine gentlemen find sleep?
Well,
Me. I can do it one of two ways. One way is the easy way. The other way is the hard way. As I put the hammer up over the
He's like, "I ain't looking for trouble."
No, I'm not doing it in a like threatening way. It's just more of a comical way.
So what brings you lads to town?
well, we're here to get the boulders.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, that.
It's an herb.
Yeah.
How much do you actually know about the situation here?
Well, I hear people can't sleep.
Yeah, that's really about it.
Farmer
Yeah.
here said everybody in town's got insomnia.
Happened about a month ago. There was a weird aura that passed through the town. It looked like a dome quick, and then there was a mist that passed through, and suddenly everybody couldn't sleep, and it's lasted like that for about a month. For a little while, we had a supply in town of the Baldur's Brow, which you can make into tea. It helped sleep. It was able to overcome the effects of whatever that was that came through the town. But we quickly ran out, since we don't keep enough of that in stock for a whole town of people. And then these lads come in, shifty-looking bunch. They had some of the Baldur's Brow, and they were charging an exorbitant amount of money for it. And
Where did they come from?
they
Where did they go?
Got an idea.
I think up to the northeast, just in the valley where the Baldur's Brow grows, they have a stronghold or something up that way.
Where did this mist or whatever, this
Yeah.
aura,
Any more details about the mist too?
where did that come from?
We
Was it
have
the same
no
direction?
idea. We have no idea about the mist. It just
Any
sort of
strange
appeared.
color? Oh,
I can't say.
residue?
No, I don't think so. This dude, as he's talking to you, you can tell like he's lost his will to live. This man has been awake for far too long. He sort of gazes at you through the deep sockets in his skull. Don't put him to sleep yet. He's not gonna tell you. He's like,
We need him.
The deputy comes up and finishes the conversation.
I took some lads up to try to collect some of the herbs myself because a few of the farmers went up there and they were spooked away by something, but I thought it was just been tired and been seeing stuff. But I saw there's some sort of creature up there that chased us away. It had these burning orange eyes and it threw fire at us, rode on a horse. And one of the lads took a big swing at it with his pitchfork while it was running past, and its head popped clean off. And then we looked at it, its head was orange and bulbous, like some sort of plant. But we didn't stick around to look much longer. We realized at this point we weren't hallucinating, and we were no match for whatever it was. We ran off. And then, just like clockwork, the next day, those lads came into town with some more Baldur's Brow. So we just, we bit the bullet. We bought some more of it, but we can't afford to keep this up.
Do you think they're connected? This creature, And the people that keep selling this stuff to you?
Maybe, or maybe they know somewhere else to get it. We know only of that one location.
Well, they seem to have knowledge of you guys not being able to sleep.
Yeah, yeah, they do. But I mean, if they were in town when it happened, or people gossip, they could have just heard.
They might not be able to sleep too in that case.
Maybe. It is awfully convenient they showed up when they did. Perhaps you guys could give it a look. That seems that's why you're here anyways, right?
Yeah.
If you need any assistance, I'm at your service. Whatever service I could provide in this state. Now about that sleep.
That's been a lot.
Alright, are you guys gonna set out straight out for the Baldur's Brow, or do you guys want to try to find a spot to rest yourselves?
I was gonna ask what time of day it was.
When you arrived, it's midday, but you've been sort of like walking around town and talking to people, so it's like it's just getting close to evening. The sun's beginning to set.
Yeah, we'll prepare for that, and then before I put old boy to sleep, I will ask him specific directions to get up to where they saw whatever this creature was.
Hold on 1 second while I pull up the map. He's like it's about a half a day's ride up in the pass between the two mountains. You can't miss it. Just to the northeast of town.
Thanks. Then I.
All right. There's an inn. It's not the finest looking inn you've ever seen. It's got a thatched roof and it's a little on the small side, but they do have accommodations.
I assume the rooms aren't taken, so.
Good enough.
The person at the desk just sort of watches you come in, and he just like throws the keys at you. He's like, "You won't be getting any sleep, so the rooms are on the house this time."
Want a bet? I'm gonna walk into my room and lightly knock myself out with my own hand.
Roll the hit. No, you don't have to do
I
that.
was like, hold on.
You could also
Yeah,
just
what?
instead of hitting yourself, try to sleep normally, or
I just
stay up to see
have to-
what's going on.
I just have to trance. It's not really sleeping. It's
yeah,
just
I guess
meditation.
that's
So
true, yeah.
Share a room. Watch over.
yeah, I can do that then.
If wake up, look out window.
All right. With that, you guys drift off to sleep. The drivers got their own rooms. The carts are like in the stalls out back. So everything seems peachy keen. There's no one in the tavern drinking. There's a few people wandering drunkenly through the streets, whether they're tired or whether they're drunk, you can't tell. But when you close the shutters, they don't cause you any harm. They don't make much noise.
Leave shutters open.
You fall asleep initially, and then suddenly your eyes just shoot open as the exact opposite of fatigue enters you. You don't feel energized, but the ability to sleep has left you.
Bunga bunga.
What the hell? Oi. You know the sleep spell?
The only spell I learned is a couple of them, but it's not going to help you sleep unless you want to die. So
I'm gonna look at the wall and fucking headbutt it.
You do, and you take you do a decent amount of damage to the wall, but you're still awake.
I'm going to slap him with my ghost hand.
Fuck.
Go ahead and roll the hit.
Mending the wall.
Well, that's a natural 5. What am I doing?
Sorry, you're not good enough.
Yeah, you just miss outright.
Yeah, well, I tried.
I can't see hands, but I know what you tried to do.
No, you don't.
Not
You
smart.
guys-
I tried to help
The
you.
rest of your nub would work.
No, I know. I didn't have to move it.
You notice a slight shimmering coming from outside.
Yeah, fuck. Nope. 5.
9 natural.
You look outside, and what are you doing? Just perception?
Yeah. That'd
You
be 11.
see sort of like a shimmering dome cover the town. You can't really tell what it is or where it's coming from, but it appears to cover the entire expanse of the town.
Do you share this?
Yes.
I'm gonna Arcana check it.
All right, yeah.
Let's see. Oof. I have a -1 to Arcana, so 8.
You look at it, and it sort of reminds you of a reversed and amplified version of the sleep spell.
Funky. As I look at it, I'm gonna try to like pinpoint where the center of the dome is.
At the center of the dome is the center of town.
Like, is there like a recognizable landmark, like a town square or some shit?
Yeah, there is.
Well, you're rested enough. Are we counting rest as like just not doing anything other than just kind of fucking off for the full time? Like technically.
Yeah, like 8 hours of light activity, I'll consider that rest.
Okay, then
As long as it's not like that consecutively.
I'm gonna point out the center center spot, and then I'll break out a set of cards and say, "Want to learn game?
What game?
Dragon chess."
All right.
Which, oddly enough, Dragon chess is cards.
Huh.
Yeah, and
That is
there's
strange.
a real product for it, and it's actually really fucking difficult to learn. But anyway. Okay, I teach you cards then. Then we get up, and I point up to him, center of dome over town. Maybe search for magic there.
Well, that's a good enough start.
From there, we'll follow trail if we find nothing.
North, what is it, northeast? Northwest? What is there?
It was northeast.
Yeah.
In between, there's like a smaller group of mountains right next to the larger ones that are like due east, and there's a pass between them where the baldur's brown grows, supposedly.
Sound like plan. So then we'll just spend the night teaching him dragon chess and getting him so he's like good at the game. That way we can swindle people or like card shark people in the fucking taverns in the future.
Go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
I was gonna say, would sitting there for 8 hours learning a card game be sufficient for him to learn it?
Ooh, not bad. 19.
Hey, sick.
You picked it up quite well. You've increased a skill point in it. Once you get to 5, you're basically a master at dragon chess.
Let me write
So
that
will
down.
does he have to get to that 5 to have the proficiency in it? Since this is kind of a new feature thing that we're working with.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll say that because, I mean, that could just be 5 nights of downtime.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. For something this simple. Okay, cool. Yeah. Not the intended consequence, but sure. It's definitely a fun one.
But anyways, yeah, you guys are up all night doing cards, and you're a little tired in the morning. Oh, you did your trance thing, so you feel fine. But other than that, it doesn't really seem to affect you.
I'm gonna take like some powdered pineapple flavored stuff out of my bag and dump it into a cup with a picture of the flesh golem crudely drawn onto it. Shake it up, drink it down. Gorgar, good go.
It's an interesting beverage container you have.
Indeed.
Anyways, yeah, you guys are awake, and you see the same unhappy person downstairs when you walk down, and they're just like, they walk over you, and you swear you could. It sounds like an old door creaking as their neck moves, and they're just like,
You should talk to VA.
"Good morning." They're just not having a great time. You guys hear some rockets from outside.
Guess we'll go check it out.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the only thing we can do now.
you guys go out there, and there's a bunch of angry people surrounding a cart with two shifty-looking gentlemen around it. Like, look, if you can't pay the price for the herbs, you ain't getting any herbs. Sorry. They're all like sort of like angrily shaking their fists and like banging the ground with pitchforks. And the other one like looks like he's getting ready to draw a sword, but he just as he does, they all sort of like back off.
I'm gonna whisper in Carillian's ear. Try speaking Thiefkind.
Yeah, I'll try doing that, and then how should I ask this?
'Tis morrow where the milk comes from. Whose cow do you draw?
You could either be creative, or you could just say, "I'm speaking in thieves' cant to this person," and speak normally.
I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, this is gonna be thieves' cant.
What are you saying?
I'm trying to think.
Words are hard.
Yes, words are hard. Where are you getting that bald? What is it called again?
Bald brown.
Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting Balter's brow.
He looks surprised as he understands you, and he responds in kind. The valley pass up the way.
We heard there was a creature there.
Ain't no creatures there. Nothing that doesn't normally wander the wild places.
What do you know about what's going on in this town?
All I know is these folks can't sleep, and they're paying us a lot of money for this herb.
How did you originally find out?
Well, we were happened to be traveling through, and we set up our camp on the outside of town, and spent 2 or 3 days gathering some supplies. We came into town, and everybody had huge bags under their eyes, and I mean, they told us quite readily what was going on.
Okay, I see. So you're just kind of just making money.
Yeah.
Off their suffering. Okay.
I mean, plenty of suffering in the world. If you can make money off of it, why not?
I suppose you're right. So there's no creature up at that pass. So no stronghold or anything. Nothing,
I mean,
nothing else?
there's some bunny rabbits. There's several deer. I mean, the occasional mountain bear. But
Nothing.
creature?
Nothing riding on a horse.
Out in a mountain pass?
We didn't get a great description. They're tired.
Boy, the only monster that's frequenting that pass is in these here trousers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop talking to him now.
Roll me insight as you're talking to this man.
I don't know if that rolled, but sure. 7.
You could tell that he was 100% serious about his last comment. But
Yeah.
you're not sure one way or the other. For the rest of
I'm
it.
done. I'm done
I'm
talking.
gonna look to him and have him like.
I'm basically gonna tell him what we were talking about.
And you could roll insight as well based off what he says.
Holy fuck, that's a 22.
What did he mean by the last comment?
It sounds like an awfully convenient story, and you know exactly what he meant by the last comment.
He's speaking of the Jormungandr in his pants.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna like walk to the corner of the building and just peek like one single eye out, and as I'm doing so, I am going to cast Sacred Flame on the cart.
Well, you absolutely do so. The cart erupts into flames. This whips the crowd up into a frenzy, and they pull out their pitchforks and they start beating the 2 guards, who immediately, well, not the guards, the 2 ne'er-do-wells, and they run off, leaving the cart to burn, and leaving a bunch of really sad / angry villagers in their wake.
Well, would it burning not technically create a cloud of the smoke and thus giving them a similar effect?
I mean, I don't know if it would have the same effect burn as it would in tea.
I mean, it would have some similar effect, I would imagine.
Yeah. I would. Lots of people used to, like, Native Americans, Cultures down from like Aztec, Mayan. They used to burn herbs and things for similar to get the similar effects from them. Sweat lodges, stuff like that, burning herbs.
I guess a few of the people near the cart, like their eyes just sort of like snap shut, and they all fall down as if dead, but they're just asleep.
Outstanding.
Yeah. After seeing this, I'm gonna like stride out and like start walking in the general direction. I'm gonna give you a nod and just start walking towards where they ran off to.
Yeah, I want to go in that direction as well.
All right, yeah. You guys follow the foot tracks, which is quite easy since all the roads here are dirt, and it's a fairly wet time of the year, so you're able to follow their boot prints pretty easily. And you could tell that it's them because they were running, and the stride is very obviously that of two fairly large men running side by side. You follow this all the way out towards town, and in the general direction of the field until they hit some grass, and you can no longer follow their footsteps.
What direction is this field?
It's to the northeast.
Okay. Want to follow a trail? Go northeast, see if we can find.
We're heading there anyway.
Yeah, exactly. If we find them, I say we cast Big Sleep on one, and then tie other up.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. I'm wondering if they're the creature the villagers saw.
Sneaking suspicion.
Because the villagers are really tired, so they might be hallucinating though.
Possibly, or could be illusion.
Could be illusion. Guess we'll find out once we get there.
Fair enough.
Are you guys bringing your cart lads with you?
Not initially. I'll go back and get them. Like, my thought process is I want to go clear it, make sure it's safe, deal with fuckboy McGee's, and then I'll come back and grab them once it's safe to do so.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, which I will backtrack real quick, let them know the plan, and then come meet him back where we were.
All right, yeah, I'm okay with that. You guys start following. You could still like kind of follow the trail. It's just not as obvious as it was previously. And eventually, it does fall off. But you kind of get the gist of the general direction they're going. And you travel about half a day. And what time of day was it when you guys left? You guys had just woken up, right?
Yeah, early morning.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Seeing as I hadn't slept as long as I sat around for fucking 8 hours, early as fuck, really.
yeah, it's only a little bit past midday, and you make your way down into the mountain pass that was described, and you find tons of Baldur's Brow just all over the ground, just growing amidst the grass.
I'm gonna take like a sample for myself, like a Ziploc baggy size worth bundle, and like stuff it into one of the pouches of my bag. Not to try to resell, but try to keep for myself for possible potion brewing.
Okay, yeah. you
Or
can do
like
that.
healing kit type stuff, clericy things, you know. But yeah. From there, oi, see any signs of your pals?
I don't know. I'm just gonna try to look around, see if I can find any trails or anything. What am I rolling for that?
Well, I mean, I'll roll survival with you, but
Okay.
22.
12.
You sort of look around on the ground, Carillion, and you don't notice any trails. Korgar, you notice what might have been a trail recently traveled. Then you notice a glimmer in the woods, and a crossbow bolt flies out of the woods and embeds itself in the ground at your feet. And you hear the familiar voices of those two lads yell off in the woods. It's like, boy, that'd be our Baldur's Brow, mate. Go find your own.
I don't think you technically own any of the herbs in this woods, seeing as I know several of the forest guardians.
Yeah, that's true. But if you die here in this field, you'll just be fertilizer to grow us some more.
That's fair. That's if I die in this field. If not, you'll be the fertilizer.
No, I am pretty sure you'll die here in this field. That's up to you.
I can make a quick howl, see if I can call up any of my wolf pals.
Oh, you expect me to believe you're friends with wolves?
Oh, you don't have to believe me, but you're going to be really upset if I am.
Boy, well, let's see what my crossbow thinks about your little
I'm
tail.
going to dive into the tall grass.
All right, you do that, and then each of you roll initiative.
Wow. Fuck. Hell yeah.
Ooh, 9.
18.
All right, okay, you guys go first.
Wow. Okay, I thought I'd be rolling.
They rolled garbage. I really need to put your actual character names on here.
Why don't
We
do
said that last week, too.
Well, it's also break time, so how do we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it already that
Yeah.
time?
Oh, yeah, shit.
Do we just want to?
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. I am Randy Royce. We have Dylan and Hunter, and here's a brief recap of what's happened in the last hour. They have arrived to the town of Sleepy Oak, which is full of miserable, tired people. They put a few of them to sleep in a friendly sort of manner, which they were very grateful for, I would imagine, when they woke up. They met the sheriff, got some information about the things that have been plaguing this town. Apparently some sort of aura or mist passed through the town, and ever since then, everybody has been plagued with insomnia. They attempted to sleep themselves and failed gloriously.
We're describing a deployment environment.
I am not describing work at Amazon. Anyways, they went out to try to find some of this herb that they were looking for after chasing away the dudes that were trying to sell it at an exorbitant price in town. And then met these same folks out in the field and are about to fight them. So here we are at the top of the round with Korgar. You notice that both of them are in 3/4 cover.
Doesn't matter if they're in cover, if it's a dex save. Make one.
They will do so. There's my other dice. There you are, little boy. What's the DC?
It is a 12. Not very high.
Well, one of them passes.
Okay, well.
Yeet!
Alright, the one that didn't is taking 3 damage.
All right, sure wish I had a piece of paper.
All these fancy pieces of equipment over here.
Yep, no paper. All right,
Alright.
it's logged right here in the noggin where it matters.
Yeah, you keep on.
All right. Are you going back prone after you do what you're doing, or are you staying prone?
I just had to peek up through the grass.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume you're still prone. Carillion, what are you doing?
How does the 3/4 cover work?
It gives them +5 to AC.
Oh, okay. Well, since they haven't taken a turn yet in combat, I get an advantage on them on my attack roll. But I want to move to where he's at.
Thank you.
I
really wish I had some more space over here.
So 15 and 13.
Those are both going to miss. They both embed themselves in the
No, there's only
trees
one.
right in front of them.
I have an advantage.
Okay. Gotcha. It embeds itself in the tree right in front of them.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm in the grass with him, so.
One of them's going to take a shot at you with his longbow. He's going to overshoot you by quite a bit.
Keep forgetting I have elephant accuracy. Get a reroll one.
Does an 18 hit you, Carillion?
Even if I'm in cover, it hit me.
Oh yeah, they rolled with disadvantage. They just got lucky. You're going to take 5 damage.
Ow.
One of them's basically, you're going to peek up, it's going to fly at you, and it's going to hit you at such an angle that it just like bounces off your noggin and puts a little cut in your forehead. It was unpleasant, but you'll live. All right, and we're back up to the top of the round with Dean.
Yeah, so the one that I fucking previously hit, I cast Inflict Wounds on. I rolled a 23.
Damn.
Yeah, that's going to hit.
Okay. I'm sorry, friend. Oh boy! 21 damage.
Jeez.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, all you hear is, oh! And he sort of like falls over, and the other dude just picks him up and runs off into the forest.
I'm assuming he's not moving very fast with him.
He's actually trucking. Like he
How far away?
got him in a fireman's carry,
How far
and
away?
he's just sailing through the woods. Within your near range.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and make that shot there.
You do that, and as you're doing it, I'm going to use my racial feat for orcs.
Does a 21 hit them or hit him anyway?
Yes, 21 does hit.
I'm going to use the rest of I'm going to use my 30 feet of movement speed that I have standard, and then I'm going to use the aggressive feat as a bonus action. I can move up to my speed towards an enemy of my choice that I can see or hear.
Okay,
So
so that's
60
60
total
feet
feet.
total.
Yeah,
You're still a little bit short of them. They were quite a distance away shooting at you,
that's fine.
but you're closer.
Takes 12 damage.
I'm going to draw my crossbow.
So you shoot him right in the ass, and he's like, "Something bit me," and
Something bit me.
he, they disappear into the brush.
I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on the brush.
You see a glow coming from the brush in their general location, but they weave behind some trees. You could pursue.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check the radius of Fairy Fire, because it should be a fairly good-sized radius. I want to say it's like a 20-foot cube.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
it is.
does. It does cause them to illuminate. It's just that they put something in between you and them.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, so that 20-foot cube of where I cast, I would have cast just past them, like where they're at the edge of it, basically.
Okay.
Because that's normally how I'm going to cast anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if they move out of that cover, I'm going to see that they've moved out of that cover, and so will he.
Okay. Yeah. What are you guys doing?
Oh, we also have advantage against them if we roll to hit them.
Oh, well, that's good.
You're welcome.
Hmm.
I'm gonna put my crossbow back away, redraw my hammer and shield, and cautiously approach the tree in which I last saw them. And in doing so, I'm gonna kind of corner around the tree with my shield hand, so that the shield is like the first thing to come around the tree. So that way, if he like kind of jump reacts, he's gonna hit the shield, not me.
You come around with your shield in front of you, and then there's a solid thunk on the front of your shield, and you look, but you don't see them. They're still running through the woods. You look down on the ground, and there's a thick acorn has bounced onto the ground in front of you.
Well, if they're still running, didn't we see them from the?
Well, yeah, you could see the distance they're running.
Mm-hmm.
They're just there's brush in between them and you, so you know which direction they're going, and you can follow. You just can't see them. They just sort of like ran.
5-foot tall brush.
No, it was
Yeah.
it was a tree line.
We still
Yeah,
got-
so if they would have moved out of that tree, we would have seen
Yeah.
them from the fairy
A
fire.
tree line, as in the start of a forest, which they ran into. You could pursue them, but they're running in between some thick trees, and you can't directly see them.
Yeah, but I would have been moving up in a way that I would have been able to see past that tree, because trees don't grow like this. Well,
You didn't
sometimes they do.
describe
but
it like
this
you were
one-
doing that. You described it like you were cautiously approaching the
Well, yes,
trees where they were
cautiously
at.
approaching, but not.
But running with your shield in
I've
front of
run
you is
up to
not
a
the
tree
same
line
as cautiously approaching.
and there's
No, because I moved up to the tree line. You said I was very close to them, so I was very close when I had even cast fairy fire. At which point they were behind said tree. If they would have moved, I would have seen them on either side of said tree. Because
They
big
never
trees-
stopped running. I said they were running and got behind some trees, and I never said that they stopped.
Oh well, if that's the case, then I wouldn't have stopped running either, because I would have seen them move behind the trees.
That's why I was wondering
We
why you were
assumed-
cautiously going around the
we
tree at
assumed
all.
they stopped behind the tree because you said they put a tree in between us.
There's lots of trees.
Yeah, the way it was
But
described, I
you-
thought they stopped.
Yeah,
But if that's the case, then I
No,
would
they're
have just...
still running. You guys could just run after
Oh
them.
yeah, then I'll just continue.
You did
trucking.
get assaulted by the acorn. That did happen.
well, yeah, I guess.
Get that goddamn fucking fast car, little bastard.
He's got a grudge.
Well, if at any point I can actually hit them, because I assume they're still within the range. At any
Permanent
point,
affinity for killing squirrels.
Go ahead and roll me athletics as you chase them through the woods to get
can
a
it
clear
be
line of sight.
acrobatics?
You may roll acrobatics. Just describe to me the acrobatic maneuver you're doing.
That is a 17.
All right, it's acrobatic as fuck. What are you doing?
Well, I'm weaving it out of the trees like they are, chasing them. Just kind of, being an elf in the woods.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's not racist towards elf.
Tell me, what do your elf eyes see?
Did I send you that meme that had what Legolas's eyes would look like if he could actually see stuff as far away as he describes in the one scene?
Actually.
It's like they go into detail. We're gonna take a brief pause while I describe this. And like at the distance he described, like whatever he was looking at should have been hid by the curvature of the earth. So like they drew a picture of his eyes like up on tall stalks, like looking so he would actually be able to see.
Periscope
And he
eyes.
had these huge fucking people. I was like, that is gross, and I'm sad that I had to read that, but it was funny.
Alright.
Anyway,
Anyways, yeah, you get a clear shot. You could see him glowing off in between some trees as they weave in and out.
what I
You're basically right next to him, Korgar.
do we still have advantage on them or no?
If they've moved out of fairy fire 20 feet, if he's moving at 30 feet while carrying another human body, hell, even that seems accept. Well, either way, he would most likely be out of it. If not,
Does it? I thought once they got hit with fairy fire, they had it for a duration.
it's a location target. Unless I would have
Oh.
targeted exactly the person, and I don't think it actually works. Like, I don't think you can target a creature.
Okay, gotcha.
It'd be nice, but
So you could see enough of them. I'll probably just treat it as 3/4 cover, so they'll have a little bit extra AC. But
Alright, well, I guess we'll have advantage on them. 16.
that is going to miss.
Yeah.
Barely.
every single turn that I take, I'm using aggressive as my bonus action, so I can move 60 feet at a time without using dash.
All right, you are gaining on them quick. They are just trucking through the fucking woods, and then you guys come up, and then you just see them drop off, and you have no idea where they went. What are you doing?
Looking to... Because I assume if I was already close to them, and I'm moving at a rate of 60 feet, and that other dude is carrying another fucking dude, he's probably not moving that goddamn fast. So I'm assuming I was pretty much right on their tail at this point.
All right, you stumble out over a steep incline. Roll me acrobatics.
Woo! I'm not even good at dexterity. What up? 16 natural. I gotta look at that. I'm balancing between the Twitch app and D&D Beyond. Yeah, just 16 flat. I don't have dex.
You tumble down this hill like the most graceful boulder, but you do so in a way that it doesn't hurt you, and you find them sort of recovering back down at the bottom of the hill. They've taken quite a tumble, not nearly as graceful as yours.
The one that is less damaged, I'm gonna recover in like almost a roll with my shield, and I'm gonna go straight into like a lunging swing with my hammer, and I'm aiming directly for his kneecap.
He's like, wait, we surrender. We surrender. Oh, wait, there's no need for that.
I'm gonna wait for him to get here, and I'm gonna I'm standing over his like mid chest, like this at this point, shield down.
He's like, I'm going to throw away this weapon. I'm going to put it over there. All right, my mate's just about dead. I'd like to patch him up. He can't physically do you any harm right now. As you can see, he's bleeding.
Do you know what I am?
A man with a scary hammer?
I'm a cleric. I can heal. I say when he gets healed.
Could you heal him now before he dies?
No. You better talk fast.
What do you want to know?
How did you find out about the village? Pretty much everything, because you know more than you told my friend there.
Hold on, scary orc man.
Yeah,
I'm a little winded. Just give me a second, please.
I probably would have shown up by now.
Yeah, you're there. You
I want you to.
You're quite dexterous. The hill doesn't pose any trouble to you. Instead of tumbling straight over, you ascertained that it was a steep incline.
Just
And
kind
you
of slid down
sort
there.
of like, gracefully made your way down.
Oi, aim at the almost dead one.
Like holding his chest, like
I'll go ahead and aim at the almost dead one there.
he's like, please.
He's asking for you. Better tell us before he leaves.
He's like, oh, okay. The boss is the one putting the spell on the town.
Who's the boss?
Oh, you wouldn't know his name even if I told you. What's it matter? I could tell you where he is.
That's what I want to know.
Well, you're not too far off. We've got there's an old tower just at the end of that valley. You'll find him up that way, just across some a little old bridge that runs across a little stream. You can't miss it.
You have any other good information to give? Think carefully.
I'm thinking very carefully. Watch out. There's lots of steep hills in this region that come out of nowhere. I wasn't lying about the bears earlier. There's some big fucking bears around here. Nearly ate us the other day. Biggest bear I've ever seen. Some weird color too. Albino. Very angry. But other than that, yeah, just I doubt the boss will be too keen about you guys going up there, but I don't know, that's his problem and your problem, it seems.
As he was talking, I'm going to insight him with a 21.
He's telling the truth.
Your honesty has granted you safety. And I'm going to go ahead and stabilize his friend with, like, some of my medical supplies.
He's like, thank the gods.
I'm going to make sure that both of them are fully disarmed. While, like, basically, I'm going to put my hammer back away, take any weapons, kind of pat them down.
They each have a long sword and a long bow on them.
Yeah, I'm checking their sleeves as well, and then the edges of their boots.
And of course, I'm still aimed at them in case they try anything.
You check their boots. The one of them has a pretty nice looking boot knife, and the other one has something weird. It looks like a phallic object of some kind. They're like, that's not mine. I found it in the woods.
I'm gonna tuck it into his back pocket. You could keep that.
Oh, he's like gonna cry. It really wasn't mine.
Yeah, no. So as I'm
He's sobbing now. Like he's still cold from all the blood he lost, and he's just gonna sit there and have himself a cry.
I'm gonna take.
It's out of me.
It's just in his back pocket. I didn't that wasn't a euphemism. I put it like legit in his back pocket.
He just doesn't want it touching him.
I'll take it and I'll give it a nice yeet. And I'm gonna look
in your hands.
I'm gonna look him like dead in the eye. If I ever run across you again in any less than a saintly manner, be sure that what happened to you today will happen again. And next time, it'll be you, and there won't be healing.
Hey, you won't have any more trouble from me, sir. I'm just so cold.
I suggest you take up farming as a profession. It's lucrative. Hell, even adventuring. But I swear by fucking Uller, if I ever see you again, your kneecaps are gone.
I like my knees as they are, sir. Please.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put both my things away, let them both stand up. I'm gonna pull my crossbow out, And I'm just gonna have it at like a low ready position, and you're already like sitting there half knocked or half drawn. All right, start walking. The weapons stay.
But the bears.
That's a shame. You should have thought about that before you swindled townsfolk.
Better run.
You better walk back to that village and hope they'll give you a butter knife.
Perhaps we could go with you.
No.
With us where?
I don't know. You have weapons wherever you're going.
Hmm.
Oh, you're going back to town?
We're not. But it is an interesting proposition.
I don't think we should trust them.
I don't either, but they'll know the layout of there. And I'm like, they would know the location of their boss's, spot.
Mm-hmm. They stay in front of us at all times.
Agreed. I'll keep their weapons, like, I'll split them, like, divide them between me and him, and I'll put their weapons just kind of in between my back and my bag. Obviously in sheath. And then the knives I'll just stow in my bag. And then once again, I'll thoroughly, now that they're standing up, thoroughly pat them down to be sure that they don't have anything else.
They have nothing else. They just have some supplies on them and a good bit of gold from the sold herbs. So
I'll deal with that.
that's my food money. Please don't take it.
You know who else's food money that was?
The town's food money.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Do you know how much food typically costs in a normal tavern?
Oh, like 2 copper?
How much gold do they have?
They have like 250 gold on them. Like it's a good chunk of gold.
I'm gonna leave them each 4 gold pieces, which is
Oh my
enough.
god!
It's enough for that to get them by.
Yeah.
Food stuff.
He's like, please.
Alright, I'll leave them each 10.
Fair enough.
That's a little better. I guess that in our lives is enough.
I'll leave them that much gold, and yes, they are walking in front of us, which we will both keep. I'll keep my ranged weapon out at least. I don't know what you're gonna do, but
Yeah.
yeah, you're coming with us. We're going to see you, boss. We won't involve you in the fighting, but by God, if you take up arms against us, I will strike you. And I'm assuming that the other guy was at like 1 or 2 health.
Oh yeah, he was basically his health was gone, and I just had it that he was down instead of dead. Like, he
Okay.
was-
Yeah. I'm gonna just with that I'll medicine check him to 1 HP. And he's gonna walk along with us guarding him. And if he decides he's gonna be a dickbag, I will just terminate him.
Fair enough. All right, you guys start making your way towards the tower, at least. Well, you guys know where it is because they're leading the way. And each of you roll me perception.
That's gonna have to be you. I only rolled an 11, homie.
Well, wherever this one landed. It's over there. I can't tell what that is. It's there.
Just re-roll. I didn't get to see what it was.
Yeah. It's probably like a nat 20 or something. That's a 10. It was almost a nat 20.
You look up ahead through the trees, and you see a large white head just peek around one of the big trees, and it sort of like scrunches up its nose, and it locks its eyes straight on you, and it immediately charges. Each of you roll initiative.
I
It was
want
a large. What?
A large
I heard white. But...
white bear.
Oh, okay.
to whitehead, but I want to put the two up front in front of us, like between me and the bear. So
They run.
I'm gonna put the guy that I have very, very injured directly behind me, actually, because I'm not an asshole.
Yeah, the other ones would have
I
died.
don't like them,
myself.
but I've thought my vengeance already, and they learned their lesson. So I'll protect him. I'm not going to give him his weapon, but I will give him his shield, and I'm going to take his longsword out and dual wield it with my hammer.
All right, guys, roll your.
Ooh, 19.
10. No, we traded.
Carillion is up first.
All right. Well, I got an advantage since he hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. That is a 21 and a 21's gonna have to work.
Oh, 21's gonna hit.
Okay. Go. There is.
Oof. They're not actually that bad. Enough for me to go oof.
14. I don't want to kind of move behind a tree since he's charging at me.
All right, you do that. He runs up, and he knocks the tree out of his way, and he takes two swings at you.
Holy fuck. It's a good holy fuck.
What's your AC?
16.
You're really lucky. Only one of these is gonna hit.
21.
He takes a big swing at you. Oh, he takes a bite at you, and he misses after, I guess he was thrown off a little bit when he knocked the tree out of his way. But he's going to bring his claws around and strike you for 12 damage. And this sort of like knocks you down on your ass. Roll me acrobatics.
You're gonna be really mad.
That is a 8.
8?
Yes.
You're prone.
My turn?
Yep, your turn.
I nat 20 to animal handling him.
All right.
Look, I can't lie about this. Yeah, I'm gonna step between him and the raging bear, and I'm gonna like, good guy, like, gonna, like, and I'm like speaking to it in like Orcish, since that's probably closer than common would be to Sylvan. And I'm just speaking to it, telling it to calm down. We bear no ill will, kind of shit. And I'm gonna take one of the extra chunks of venison out of my bag, and I'm gonna toss it to him.
It's gonna catch it and it's gonna throw it away, and it's not going to attack, but it keeps looking at Carillion and snarling. But he's sort of like pacing back and forth, and when I don't know, you sort of convince it enough that it decides it's going to drop it for the moment, and it lumbers off into the woods.
Good enough.
I'm just laying flat on the ground like...
Yeah, mauled by a bear
Yeah, I'm gonna pick him up.
that knocked over a full-grown tree like it was a sapling.
That looked like it hurt.
It's kind of hurting. Hurting a little bit.
They just wanted a hug. If you held still, you would have got hugged by
No.
his teeth.
You get back 9 health. I cure wounds him.
Okay. At this point, it's the sun is just starting to go down. It's still bright enough for you guys to see, and those of you with night vision, which is both of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
You guys could see just fine in the dim light.
What race are the two dudes toting along with us?
Both human.
Good. I'm gonna take my rope and I'm gonna like shorten it to where I'm holding about 10 feet of either side hanging back, and I'm gonna give it to them to follow. I'm not giving them my and I'm taking my fucking shield back at this point.
All right, you take your shield back, and they don't put up a fight when you tie them up. They figured it's wise not to.
Oh, close. Oh, I'm not tying them up. I'm giving them a rope to hold on to follow us.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna mount my shield on my back, over where the hilt of the or like the handle of their swords are, so that they can't grab their fucking swords and stab us in the back.
Well, I mean, you're oh yeah, that's right. You took the swords.
Took all their weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Keep eyes on shifty folk.
Yep.
Are you guys heading in the direction of the tower then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, how close... I'm going to ask them how close.
You guys, at this point, you've come out of the woods and you're back towards the clearing where the Baldur's Brow is, and they're like, it should be just down on the other side of this low area coming up. There's a creek right down the way. You could probably hear it or see it.
I guess I'll just perception check, since
Yeah.
I should see it or hear it. Wow. It's a 10.
You could hear the creek, and you could actually see it at this point. This fairly open area, and you could see the dim shape of a tower just on the other side of the valley as you make your way towards it.
I'll keep walking along, like, and I'm not doing so at like a brisk pace. I'm just taking like leisurely enough that there is slack on the rope so that they don't fucking trip and fall,
Gotcha.
but not enough slack. Like I'm peering back every couple of seconds to make sure that they're not close enough to me that they could try to reach for something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not going to try anything. You guys make your way across like this little stone bridge, and once again back into the woods on the other side of the valley, just before the entrance to the tower. And right up ahead, you see just behind some trees an orange light.
I'm gonna kneel, and as I'm doing so, I'm gonna kind of give like a double tug on their proverbial reins there, and kind of sense them to get down, and then I'll roll perception.
All right, do so.
Oof. It's a 7.
You perceive that there's an orange light coming from in between the trees.
Accurately. There's an orange light coming from between.
Use your elf eyes.
What do they see? Orange light. Ooh, that's a 21.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so you look through the trees, you creep up sort of like silently, and you see a large, wicked-looking horse with a horrifying-looking rider on it. His head appears to be a jack-o'-lantern, and that's the source of the orange light. And he sort of locks eyes with you the moment you peek your head around the tree.
Give him a wink.
He's going to attack you.
Okay.
roll
Jesus
initiative.
fucking Christ.
What am I supposed to do? He saw me!
What you get, boys?
Are we talking initiative?
Yeah.
Oh.
6.
Ooh.
2.
Oh.
I have no dex bonus today.
I rolled
I'm
a
at a
2.
flat 0.
I rolled a 2, but I had +4, so.
Outstanding move.
We're off to a great start here.
Sorry, this isn't the.
Yeah, damn,
the
it's
world's
gonna suck with two
greatest
people.
death block.
Anything in chat?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to. He's going to take his head off and he's gonna throw it at you.
Oh. Sarah's calling us a loser.
Hmm?
Sarah's calling us losers. Hey,
Of
loser.
course she is. Hi, loser.
I don't think she's watching anymore.
Probably not.
I just popped in here.
Yeah, there was like 5 viewers for a moment. I was like, oh,
No.
hello.
Jill says she's in chat, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming a 20 hits you.
Oof. Oh, yeah, she's in chat.
yeah.
You take 15 fire damage as the pumpkin explodes on contact.
I don't even get a chance to like dodge that shit.
Nope, it was targeted attack.
Well,
Alright, and with that, he sort of like runs his full movement back to the far side of the clearing. So you guys are probably about 100 feet away from him. He looks like he's gearing up for a charge. And it's Carillian's turn.
Well, I guess I'll use bonus action steadying, give myself advantage. Shit. Okay, 13 and 14. Either of them? No? Okay.
Nope.
That's all I can do.
You launch both of those. Oh,
It was
that two. It was
one.
I'm used to taking 2 attacks, so
Yeah.
every time you do that, I think it's 2 separate attacks.
Yeah.
You take one really well aimed shot that misses. Really.
Okay.
And what are you doing, mate?
I'm gonna look at them real quick. Boy, what's that? As I'm pulling out my shield, and then I'm assuming I'm a good distance away from it.
Yeah, you guys are like 100 feet away from it.
I'm gonna use the dodge action, and as a bonus action, I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon.
Okay. So like that's when I said my creature was the only creature in the meadow, I meant the meadow itself. There is a creature, and that is it.
What's his weakness?
I haven't tried fighting it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna like put myself with my back to the tree, and while I'm taking the dodge action, so that would technically put me in full cover, I suppose.
Yeah, what?
I'm gonna take my hammer and I'm gonna hold it low, like basically down towards ankle level of the horse, and I'm gonna position my spiritual weapon in the same location.
By the horse's feet?
By the sides of the tree, like angled in basically a V down. That way, if it charges past me,
It's going
close
to
enough,
hit.
it'll yeah.
Okay. Alright, we're back up to the top of the round. He is going to charge 60 feet towards you, and he's going to yeet another pumpkin at you. His head regrew itself. 16.
16.
That'll be 15 more fire damage.
I'm down.
He's sort of like, it screeches like as it flies towards you and explodes, lighting the forest around you alight. With that, it laughs maniacally and it sort of like runs off.
Look at them real quick. Where's it going?
They're like, so this is the scariest day of my life. I don't know.
Run away. And I release the rope.
They don't. You don't need to tell them twice. They fucking sprint through the woods, lighter than ghosts.
Yeah, just wrap my shit up, and then let me give me a second here. 2 actual spells. Just tracking my spells real quick. I've cast 2 that weren't cantrips. So that's actions. That's spells. Let's see. What this does. Okay, well, I've got cure wounds, and that's it for healing. So,
Better than nothing.
yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to him, medicine check him to stabilize him. That's only a 10.
Yeah.
If it doesn't stabilize, I don't have enough healing to get you back to full health, so I'm just going to get you back up, and now that we know where to look, we go back, and actually, we should rest here, that way I can actually sleep.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So you're using your cure wounds. You sort of like snap back awake, and your whole body hurts. Your leather is also extra crispy and dried out. It'll still function, but
How much health do I have now?
Really? 2, 2, and 3.
you also don't have eyebrows right now.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
torched off your face.
You go up 7.
Unless you didn't have eyebrows to begin with. Did you have eyebrows?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you shaved them.
That'd be weird.
would be quite
I'm
unsettling.
gonna take like an ashen piece of bark and just wipe him some super fucking like Karen eyebrows.
I'm just gonna rub them right off.
You now have soot smear across your
Stop,
forehead.
you're smearing it.
It's better than what I
You're making
did.
it worse.
It is, in fact, worse.
Eh.
Yeah. So you guys are just sleeping here.
He's just got fucking just big blob-shaped eyebrows.
Yeah, you guys drift off to sleep, serenaded by the sweet sounds of nature and the smell of burnt hair and forest.
Yeah.
You guys wake up during the day, and it looks like nothing bothered to mess with you guys overnight.
Who knows the
Yeah.
longest, yeah.
You do notice upon looking around the camp some large bare footprints just sort of walking around the area that weren't there the previous night.
Hmm.
What are you guys doing?
Well, first I'm gonna remark at the bare footprints. Looks like our friend had a visit. Too bad our druid isn't here.
Yeah, that would have been handy.
Then again, he's pretty disrespectful, so I don't know if he'd have been useful.
Well, he's not disrespectful towards animals as long as he's not, hugging gods that don't want to be hugged.
Fair enough.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
From there, I wake up, take some of my dry tack rations, scarf those down for the day,
Mhm.
and then I start looking for footprints of the creature that attacked us.
You look, and oddly enough, they're like scorched into the ground as opposed to like pressed into the ground, and they go off into the direction of the trees and then vanish.
Excellent. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just following those as they trail off, and from there, I guess I'll just kind of look around, kind of scouting things out.
Well, I don't think we're doing this alone.
Mm.
He threw his head at me twice.
Fair.
So what are you guys
What
doing?
do you propose?
Well, it doesn't seem to matter if we're hidden or not. He'll still see us. I don't know.
Of course, everybody else in the group has to go off and do their own business. Annoying. Maybe we could see if there's hirelings in town.
We could.
Possibly.
About the only
You
thing
guys
we can
could
do.
get back to town in like about a day. You'll get there about evening time.
I'm at the other town, the sleepy town.
Yeah,
Since
you
it
guys
wasn't that far.
traveled. Well, I mean, you guys traveled about a half a day, and then you were like out traveling all night. Didn't you travel like about?
No, because you said it was
No,
like
no.
mid. Yeah, it was.
You'll get
midday
there a little
till-
past midday then,
Yeah,
since it's like bright and early in the morning. I would
Yeah.
assume.
yeah. Then we'll do that. And also I neglected to check earlier in the center of town to see if there's any kind of weird magic kind of shit going on. So, does that sound like a plan to you?
What?
The head back, look for hirelings kind of
Mhm.
shit.
We're not doing that alone.
Yeah, seeing as it's just two of us
Mhm.
today, and he doesn't have a DM PC like when I did last session. Yeah, I guess we'll just head back to town. The first thing I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna approach the town square because it's also somewhere I would kind of expect to find hirelings. And while I'm there, I'm gonna Arcana check around the area to see if I'm getting any kind of sense of anything magical nearby.
Roll the Arcana.
Please, thank God. It's a 16. Unnatural.
Around the center of town, you look, and there's a well. And upon looking in the well, you see something shimmering down at the bottom of it.
That's strange. Will my 300 feet of dark vision not quite catch what it is?
It's just like it's in the water. It's the only reason you can't tell what it is. You could probably try to fish it out with a bucket.
I think it'd be easier for me to pull you back up than you to pull me back up.
That's probably a fair assessment.
I'm gonna tie, like, basically a butterfly loop for him to get his legs into, and then just kind of lower him so he can walk himself down the wall of the...
I'm also going to use my ghost hand, stretch it out as far as I can to reach it.
Also, is there,
Like,
like, is there any kind of well structure over this?
No, it's got no roof to the well.
Hmm.
Just like a single bar over the top to attach a bucket to.
I still have their weapons, which are in sheaths. So I'm going to take the leather sheath and I'm going to place it under the rope so it doesn't abrase or isn't abrasive going against stone, and lower him down. And I'm going to stand a good ways back so it basically creates like a, not quite a pulley system, but
Okay, yeah, you can do that.
leverages the weight a little better.
You sort of like make your way down to the bottom of the well, and you're able to reach into the water and pull it out. And it's some sort of like clear spell focus that roughly orb shaped, but when you look at it closely, it's actually got a lot of little like flat portions of it. It's actually a polygon with many, many very small sides that's roughly spear shaped.
All right, I'm gonna kind of like tug on the rope if I can to give him a signal to pull me out.
You get the signal and you pull them out with relative ease.
Not very heavy.
That's not.
No, she's rather slender.
That's all elves usually
And
are.
plus, he's missing like
Missing good.
at
Few
least
pounds.
like 5 pounds, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess he's an elf, only like 3 pounds.
Something like that. Yeah. So I just stretch out the ghost hand. So it's just like a floating orb coming towards you. This is what it is. I don't know exactly what it is, but
I'm gonna make a religion check on it. Nah. 13.
It's not any relic that you're familiar with your knowledge of religion.
Since I've already slept, I say first, is there like a mayor or like a leader in the town?
Yeah, there's
Or a temple?
there is a temple.
First,
It's like a small temple. It's like all wooden.
I'm going to ask the more alert-looking townsfolk, as alert as I can find, if they can point me towards said mayor and or leader.
They point you in the direction of the sheriff's office, and one points you in the direction of the temple.
I head towards the sheriff's office first. Going.
yeah.
Where I'm going to take the artifact in with him and ask him if he was aware that this was at the bottom of the well.
He looks at it, and he's like, "Can't say that I was. What is it?"
Not sure. Definitely magic. Think it's what's been keeping your folk up at night.
Still quite tired, even with that little nap we took. But if that's the culprit, maybe I could take it somewhere else, and we can finally get some sleep.
No. Don't you worry about that. I'll handle that.
Are you certain?
Yes.
What do you intend to do with it?
Take it to my guild. I don't have the power to break it, but somebody will.
Well, I suppose that's best.
From there, after that, after, bidding him I do. I'll go to the temple to see if any of their clerics or clergy there knows anything about it or can destroy it before I take it all the way back.
You go into the temple, and although it's like wooden construction, it's actually a pretty decent sized temple. It's got a wooden statue of Thor dominating one end of it, and several pews. You find a cleric there praying to Odin. Not praying to Odin, praying to Thor. Well, I guess you could pray to either, but
Brother.
he sort of like wobbles for a second. Him also being fatigued, he's like, "Oh, yes, brother. How could I assist you?"
Can you break this?
He reaches his hand out for it, and he's like, "I don't think so. Where'd you find this?"
Bottom of your well. That's why he ain't sleeping. At least that's my guess.
Odd. It appears to be some sort of focus. It doesn't have a inherent power of its own. Not that I could tell.
But somebody strong enough could focus a spell through it.
That would be my guess as well. But I don't know if taking the focus itself would solve the problem. We could try. Well, you could try.
Don't worry yourselves about it. I need to get this out of town. Best case scenario, y'all have a fine sleep tonight. Worst case scenario, I have a bad sleep tonight. Either way, it's at least part of the problem.
He looks at you, and then he sort of like looks behind you too. And he's like, "Who's that?" And you guys hear a woman's voice coming from the far side of the chapel. And she's like, "I'll be having that back, if you don't mind."
And who are you?
My name is not important, but that is my property, and I'll be having it back now.
What was it doing at the bottom of the well?
I was trying to grow a flower garden, and that is the
The
seed.
well?
I'm
Certainly.
gonna roll insight on that.
I call
You
bullshit
don't,
on
you don't
that.
need to roll insight. That was meant to very obviously be bullshit.
Okay.
Now, if you stop lying, we can get through this situation a lot faster.
I wasn't really lying per se. It was just
I
a
would
roundabout
call
way
that
to call
lying.
you an idiot. Well, we could do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way.
You can tell us the truth and why it was there.
Well,
Or then, yes, we can do the hard way.
if you must know, I was casting a spell through it to give the entire town insomnia, so that I could profit
Yeah, we
off
kind
of
of.
the sales of the Baldur's Brow.
And who the hell are you?
As I said, that is unimportant.
I think it's
Then why
kind
do
of
such a
relevant.
thing if you are so unimportant?
For money.
Are you so bad at
I'm
making
gonna
money?
insight to see if this person looks at all powerful, or in any way, shape, or form more powerful than the two of us. It's 14.
She looks pretty formidable.
It's also past break time.
Yeah, by 5. Yep.
All right, everybody. Well, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thanks for tuning in.
catch any fucking.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. A brief recap of the last hour. Our brave adventurers went out to find the Baldur's Brow they did, and were immediately attacked by the two ne'er-do-wells they met in town. After swiftly defeating them and disarming them of all their equipment, they were then attacked by a very large white guardian bear, which tried to tear Carillion in half and probably would have succeeded if not for the intervention of Korgar. Instead, all she got is very deep wounds across her chest. And a good... she got knocked on her ass. My words aren't working. Anyways, after that, they went towards this tower that was previously described as night descended upon the land, and were attacked by some sort of ominous rider with detachable heads that exploded, roughly in the shape of jack-o'-lanterns. And they returned back to town, where they went to, what you guys do? You guys went to the sheriff?
Went to the sheriff, went to the clergy, at which point we were confronted by what's-her-nuts, who I'm currently talking to right now.
Yeah, they were confronted by a stranger in the Temple of Thor who's asking for her focus back, and that's where we're at right now.
I'm gonna look to the clergymen. How many are in here?
There's just him. Everybody else is about yours.
Is there I would assume there's a shrine of some sort.
Yeah, there's a shrine of Thor.
I'm gonna walk back, place it at the base of the shrine, and consult the Pantheon, being in a house of the gods, asking for their strength to either destroy or defend it. And it's a 18.
You commune with the gods, and while you don't get an exact answer that you're looking for, you sort of get the sense that this is a powerful opponent. They don't tell you to back down, as that would be cowardly. They sort of leave it to your better judgment, not being willing to intervene directly.
That's our other player. Big accident. That's why he's been late. He's coming from Nashville, so. But yeah. Then I'll heed their words. And basically, I'm gonna hold on to the fucking words. Also, the shrine, and I'm gonna try to channel every bit of like clerical energy I can.
Are you using a particular spell?
I'm gonna be channeling inflict wounds. And I'm gonna just try to pull as much energy from that statue or idol or whatever it may be, that shrine, as much as I can.
You try to inflict wounds on the focus?
I'm not trying to inflict wounds on the focus. I'm basically preparing it, and I'm gonna leave the focus sitting on the shrine. And if she continues to try to advance, I'm gonna fucking try to hit her. Like, I'm not letting her take that.
Alright. Roll for initiative. She begins to advance.
Okay. 18.
12.
Alright. It's going to be the enemy, then it's going to be Korgar, and then Carillion.
Yeah, I'm gonna start fucking, like, chanting in,
Each one of you make a dexterity saving throw.
14. I'm chanting in fucking old,
13.
like, the Aesir language, since that's what Celestial is in this land.
The roof of the shrine caves in as she begins moving her arms and casts Ice Storm, and giant boulders of ice fall down into the room and cold air begins swirling everywhere. Let me see here. I gotta find my...
I'm chanting the thing from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Oh, in nomine.
Each of you takes 28 damage.
I'm down.
Yep. Not much I can fucking do.
Yeah, you guys...
The gods told me not to back down, so I didn't.
You guys are just barely conscious, half buried in the snow and debris. As she sort of like steps around you, collects her focus, and says, "Awfully bold of you to challenge me. I like your spunk. I think I'll allow you to live. This time. And in honor of your, well, I wouldn't say sacrifice since I'm letting you live. In honor of your bravery, I'll leave this town be for now. Try to get some sleep, boys." And she sort of like strides out while you guys are shivering and wounded in the pile of debris.
Well, like roll over.
Yeah, you guys are stable. What is it? Somehow the Shrine of Thor is untouched. It was just somehow protected from the thing. Unlike the rest of you, unfortunately.
I'm gonna look up into the sky and shake my fist. That was poor advice! You did this!
There is no answer. And
Oh, I wasn't rolling religion. I'm just
Yeah.
shouting aimlessly.
Oh, I know. I was just telling you that the sky didn't respond. Neither did the gods. The clergyman, though, he was close enough to the statue that he was untouched. And he digs you guys out. And people come in to see what all the ruckus was about, and they sort of give you the aid you need so that you guys are stable. You guys just need to get some wounds patched up and warm yourselves around a fire and probably get some proper rest. Your asses have been thoroughly kicked.
I'd like to roll for moves.
roll for mills.
Only, if I'm using perception, only 7 for mills.
You get a strong sense that if you were to head really far to the north, deep into the bowels of Jotunheim, you would find the Valley of the Mills, but there are none present.
Nope, guard. Dear Mother of God.
But the sense quickly fades away.
I'm gonna take out a piece of paper and jot like a little dot point on our map.
You now have a vague sense of the direction for Milfine. The Valley of the Mills. Yeah, they drag you guys into the inn. They're pretty friendly towards you guys, even though they're all quite haggard. A few of them who have been better rested, thanks to Korgar's intervention, are able to get you guys the help you need. So you got a bunch of frostbite that they patched up, a few open wounds from debris that had fallen on you forcefully, and you're just sort of like huddling around a fire, just drinking some warm cider. What thoughts are going through your minds?
That bitch. Who is still around, like, out of the townsfolk?
The barkeep's there. The burly man.
He's well rested.
Yeah, he's just sort of like sitting with you guys.
Boy, big man. Well, not as big as me. Big enough for a human. Anyway, how many people live in this town?
I don't count that high, brother. A few hundred, maybe under 1,000.
God damn, it's a fucking lot bigger town than I thought it was for a village.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
A lot of them live in the surrounding outskirts, but the main town, that's a few hundred. Maybe. I don't count well.
I'm doing really bad math here. Hold on. Okay. The 230 gold I have is 23,000 copper,
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm asking, so I can divide the money back up from the Baldur's Brow back to the village.
You could probably give it to the sheriff, and he'll take care of dividing it up.
Politicians, and I don't know how much I trust the sheriff because I've only had one interaction with him. I don't trust that.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, you gonna hand out 2 copper to everybody, or whatever the copper per person is?
Yeah. I will
Gonna take
I will form a booth, and I will take note of a notable feature and sit there all fucking day giving out money
All right.
so that every single person in town gets their fucking money back.
So you gotta tell him to go grab everybody, so you guys could sit comfortably by the fire. Or I don't know if they have enough copper to break all of that gold. They're not destitute. They just didn't they would have been in trouble if they had to keep buying the ball.
Well, that's why I was asking how many people so I could do the math of dividing it up. Because if I break that down into silver, that's 2,300 silver, which I could probably go to one of the frontier banks and or the guild and get that broken.
Yeah. You might be able to turn that into the guild officials and have them distribute it.
Excellent. Waste not my time.
Yeah.
Is there a guild here, or do we have to go back to the other town?
You have to go back to the other town, but it was only a day and a half, I said originally.
Something like that.
Yeah, a day and some change.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad little travel. And then, not to mention, you guys, if they get a good night's rest tonight, you could probably collect the reward from Thomas. And the Baldur's Brow is probably not even needed since,
Exactly.
well, you didn't quite chase the mage lady away, but you attempted to, and she left of her own free will.
That's fine.
Yeah, we took care of her.
Eula may not have any sense for dealing with that, but Tyr sure does. He'll get her. She'll have her time.
That she will. All right, you
Okay.
guys. They go ahead and offer you a room so that you guys could rest up, figuring that you guys probably don't want to do too much today. Just having had your asses handed to you on a cold platter.
I can't sleep on myself.
You do so.
I'm just gonna pass out
you're
for
just-
real.
You guys are both. You don't even make it to your rooms. You're just passed out in the comfy chairs in the common room of the tavern, and no one bothers you. The tavern keeper and the burly man just sort of stay there and make sure no one bothers you. You guys wake up after you guys slept all night into the morning, and it was still in the day when you went to sleep. So you got a good bit of sleep. You guys are back.
Well. Holy fuck, that was a while.
That sucked yesterday.
Barkeep. Food drink, please.
A lot of it.
You get service with a smile, as the man has had the first good night's rest he's had in weeks.
Delightful.
And you guys get extra helpings of fresh bacon and eggs.
Outstanding.
And you guys get a nice frosty cup of wine, which
Outstanding.
apparently they make. They have vineyards here. It's good.
Delightful. Tastes like great blood.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Right, blood.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a thanks and give him 2 copper for the meal, and then just kind of look around, see who else, if anybody else is coming in for breakfast or anything like that.
You see a familiar group of people. The leader of Titan Storm walks in,
God.
and he's like, "What are you doing here?"
Solve an
Oh,
issue.
you know, just handling quest business.
What sort of quest?
You know,
Oh, you know,
obsidian level
The
stuff.
one for the Boulder's Brow that's obsidian level, and then the off the books quest by the same folk to assist them with ridding the village of their sleep problems.
We happened to commandeer your carts and collected the Baldur's Brow while you lads were sleeping, so I
That's
guess
fine.
we'll be collecting that reward.
Do you want to be collecting a death as well?
We've been over this before.
Seeing as
part
you
of it?
didn't draw that quest from the guild,
Your names aren't
we
down for it.
appreciate you collecting the Baldur's Brow, but they also don't technically need it anymore.
That is a conundrum. He
And
sort
the
of
fact that-
looks over at the mage, who looks irritated with the whole situation, and she's sort
And
of
you
like,
also took a higher level quest, so how would the guild favor that?
perhaps we could split it?
I'm gonna look to the taverner. Hey, where's that burly guy?
Oh, George?
Yeah,
He went back out to his farm.
could you send for him? Also, send for the clergy as well.
Oh yeah, I'll go grab him.
These folk may need a healer if they stay around and talk much longer.
Please don't damage my inn.
I have mending.
The leader of Tidestorm is like, there's no need for that. We'll let you guys have this one.
Because, we did the work.
Well, I mean, we collected the flowers, but I guess they don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
I'll give you a percentage since you did collect the flowers. And I will at least allow you to claim that much in your name and honor's sake.
That's awfully kind of you.
Good deeds don't go unnoticed.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. It hurts me a little bit to say it. But, yeah, thanks. What happened to the shrine to Thor down the road?
Well, it may surprise you to hear this, but we got our asses kicked.
His eyes sort of like widen, and he's like, what happened?
Well, some giant pieces of ice fell through the ceiling.
Most powerful caster I've ever seen.
Well, if Titans-Storm was there, we would put a stop to that.
Mm-hmm. There would be no
I don't know
more
if you're
Titans-Storm.
familiar with the spell Ice Storm, but I am. Intimately.
Well, we'll have to take your word for it.
Yeah.
Hey, mage, can you evoke an ice storm? She just sort of like looks at him with disdain, and she's like, no, I cannot.
I'll warn them about the looks of the woman. That way they don't go around running their mouth
They would anyway.
with their significantly less power. And I'm gonna look to the cleric girl and give her a wink.
She's gonna give you like a shy smile in return. Well, they're gonna talk amongst each other, and you could hear everything they're saying. They're like, "Well, I guess we could go back and try for that goblin quest. I saw it's still up there. Usually those fly off the board these days."
Goblins aren't to be trifled with. They're not as weak as you think.
I'm sure we could handle them. I used to chase them away from my village all the time.
Yeah. 'Cause that's
They're not a big deal in small numbers, but when they mass up, well, you should speak to the Muffin Man.
Well, I mean, that'll be a lot easier to hit them with Endbringer if they are all in one big clump.
You do you.
Have it.
They stride off confidently. The cleric looks back at you guys and then continues on with her party. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
The clergyman walks in and he addresses you guys. Good morrow. What did you need?
well, it was gonna be a prayer for dead men, but no need anymore. I do appreciate you answering the summons.
Well, it's the least I could do, considering what you lot did for our village. If you go talk to Thomas, Thomas collected a reward from all of us for whoever solved our sleeping problem. He should be able to give that to you. His farm's just on the outskirts of town. I believe back in the way towards Willowdale, so you'll pass it on your way home. If that's where your home would be.
That's not where our home is, but it's where we're probably heading next.
Well, then it should be, it'll be awfully convenient.
It will. Okay.
Well, we have some repairs to do to the shrine so we don't anger Thor. We must be off. Lots of work to do.
Blessings of you, Lord Pop.
Thank you. Blessings of Thor upon each of you. Yeah, what are you guys doing?
Well, I suppose we can go try and collect our drivers.
Yeah. We can turn in the boulder sprout, but I don't see much need in it. Honestly, it seems best probably just to just leave it here in town and tell the guild of what actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
Seems reasonable.
Might be a good idea.
I'll collect the drivers, and then I'll have them stop and offload the boulder's brow in actual town. That way, the people here, because I'm assuming if it'd been a month or so, they're probably not quite at burnout. They're probably like acute fatigue right now.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to them so that way they can use it at night, basically pop them melatonins, and then, go to bed. And then head on back.
Yeah. You guys gonna run into any issues? You guys start traveling along the road. You stop by Thomas's house, and he gives you guys your reward. It's 300 gold.
Damn.
Which is a decent chunk. It was they're a smaller village, but they make a lot of money off of their wine and their other goods.
That 300 for both of us, or how
Split.
Okay.
150 apiece.
And then there's the reward for the Baldur's Brow, which was going to be provided by the guild. You guys could get that when you get back. And then split that amongst yourselves in Titan Storm, however you want to do that.
Yeah, we'll just head on back then. Stop the night to rest as we did last time, and at that point we should be pretty close to town. So
Yeah, you guys make it all the way back to town without any incident. It's just an ordinary day in town when you get there. You guys run into Meat Shield right away, and he takes a look at you. He's like, "You guys look like you've been roughed up a bit lately. Everything okay?"
yeah, if you ever want to murder somebody, use an ice pick. It melts away.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Could come in handy one day.
Now you know.
I guess I do. Well, I'll be off then.
Okay.
Lots of adventuring to do. Definitely not guarding the gate.
All right, then. You can go about your business.
All right, I'm going about my business.
All right,
you guys
then.
have a
Keep your
swell
secrets.
day. Yeah, you guys, it's an ordinary day in town. A lot of people bustling here and there. You guys get to the market square just as they're announcing the winner of the baking competition. The winner of this year's baking competition is the Muffin Man.
And then?
Did we ever get the deer back to him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's
I cut him in the backstrap.
there's cheers all throughout, and everybody's like going up and congratulating the Muffin Man, including Broadby, who hands him his reward. It's a sword that glistens in the light with an unusual brightness.
Excellent.
On top of that, he gets like a bag of gold pieces, and he sort of like looks down at you guys. He sees you in the crowd since you stand out a little bit. People give you guys your space, and he comes down to greet you. He's like, "That was some excellent deer you guys got me.
Good.
Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna keep this gold, but I don't have much use for this sword. Do you guys want it?"
Sure.
Mr. Broadby said, it's got a weird thing. If there's undead nearby, it'll light up. And I think beyond that, it's just a little bit sharper and a little bit more durable than your average sword. It's a short sword.
I was gonna paraphrase it as the Lord of the Rings sword, but for undead.
Undead sting. It'll count as a +1 towards undead. Actually, no, it'll just be a +1. Just a short sword.
What's the radius that the undead have to be within?
If they're within 30 feet. If they're within 60 feet, it'll light up dimly. If they're within 30 feet, it'll light up with bright light.
Alright. Cool.
Well, what would you guys like to do when you're in town? You could get your, you could maintain your equipment. You could go to the shops. You could go collect your reward.
Well, yeah, first thing, let's go collect our reward. Which also, I'm going to be turning in that 230 gold from the thieves. Or swindlers. I don't know if they were necessarily thieves. But
Vagabonds.
yeah.
Something like that.
We also both have a long sword, and and I kept the one dude's like fancy knife.
I mean, they threw them on the ground.
Good.
They were free.
Yeah.
Finders keepers.
I might as well sell some shit
That's
over here.
what I was gonna
you know.
say. I'd go sell those. Anyway, yeah, we'll go into the guild hall, and I'll approach the counter with Carillion there.
Lilith just sort of watches you guys walk in, and her tail like just lashes behind the thing. She's like, "Well, our brave heroes returned victorious, eh?"
Victorious enough.
Yep.
As you guys walk up, the big wolf pops his head over the counter again, and he looks straight at you, and he looks you in the eyes for a long moment. And he just sort of nods, and then he goes back to laying down.
I just think of the guy in the woods with like that like velvety leather jacket, just the
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, that one. Yeah, I approach and I inform her of all of what happened, and I hand her over the 230 gold. This needs broken down and passed back out at that village to all of the people.
All right, I'll set that aside for night shift.
Sounds appropriate.
Well, did you guys do the herb thingy?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, here's your reward. 180 gold. Divide it up amongst yourselves.
All right.
I'll go ahead and tell the mayor that you guys did a good job and all that.
90 gold apiece.
Welcome, brother.
Yeah, we'll get
Oh, well, if it isn't the fucking druid.
He stumbles into the guild hall after a long night of sleeping in a pile of moss.
So what are we up to today?
Today, it's been like 3 days.
What
What have you been doing?
I have business to attend to with the trees.
Well, you could help us with
Unbelievable.
business attending to a big white bear. It was not a polar bear.
Oh, like white bear. Did you kill it?
No.
No,
Good.
I saved it.
Well,
Well,
also saved
saved
Carillion.
I am also going to tell the Lilith about the woman and like the incident at the shrine of Thor.
She sort of looks at you and she's like, haven't heard of anything like that recently. I'll go ahead and write a report about it.
Definitely inform the higher ups. There's something wrong about that woman.
Roll me a perception real quick.
Nat 20.
You notice around her neck while you're talking to her, she has a medallion that is just down, hovering right above her chest, so that you can't miss it. And it's all silver, and it's got a wolf with a sword through its jaw pictured on it.
What the hell? You with them damn wolf cult folk?
The wolf cult? No. Those monsters want to unleash Ragnarok.
Yeah, I'm with the wolf cult. The other one.
I've heard of them. I take it you have, since you clearly know about their activities. Where'd you run into them?
Read report from 4 days ago. Attacked us on our way north from Passeropolis. Maybe about a day's travel south. In the woods. Don't think,
Are we heading to, what was it, Falcondale?
No, that was from Falcon Pines to
Oh.
here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All reference
Something
the
like that.
report, I suppose.
Indeed. I don't think we had what they were looking for. Seemed like they were after one of our other party members.
Odd. I'll see what I could find. You, big one, your odor offends me.
My natural odor? You don't like the odor of the trees, of the earth?
No, I prefer,
She's
So,
referring to the
the
sweaty
scent,
testicles scent.
and, other things.
You get used to it, I guess. Well, no, you don't actually. You don't.
I'd like
Well-
to say it's like the open sewage systems back in Rio, where after a year there, you just kind of forget.
your nostrils get burned out.
You just forget it's there.
You just, yeah.
I took that 2 weeks ago.
You need to take another one.
Perhaps it's time for another.
At least weekly.
Yearly. That was the great fun.
You must
Let's
win.
step
Meet
it up
the
every
fish.
Every week.
Befriend the fish friend.
One of the mornings when you woke up, you found a gift that was left for you. It had a lock of red hair that had a luminous nature to it, and a personal note written from the personification of the world tree that says, "Perhaps I was too hasty to respond in such an angry manner. You have my blessing, as well as this gift." You looked at it, and you were able to read it perfectly, even though you have your difficulties. And what it is a book on how to deal with the gods in social situations. It's a short pamphlet with pictures. And the very first one is like a very poorly drawn picture of the Yggdrasil in her human form. And it has a picture of like hugging and like this red circle with the cross through it.
Don't hug World Tree. Other gods, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so you know,
Look at them,
you
like,
can add
whoa.
the blessing of the world tree to your thing. It's in D&D Beyond now.
Okay.
It's under feats.
And did you do your 24 hours of meditation?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me wisdom. And I will tell you what you learned from your meditations. And I think that's in session 3.
A whopping 13.
Hold on. You have learned the Song of Life. It can be used a number of times per day equal to your wisdom modifier. It has the benefits of the Cure Wounds spell, but affects a number of creatures of your choice up to your wisdom modifier. You can also use it to manipulate plants. But, you know, to a degree, can't really make them attack, but you could, like, have one reach out so that you can swing across the thing or cause some plants to grow. Small stuff like that.
Okay.
And it functions as the Cure Wounds spell, but it's a spoken spell, so as long as your target could hear you and you could see them, then you could apply it. So you don't actually have to touch them like you would with the Cure Wounds spell.
You said it's as many times, like, so I have a +3 wisdom, so you do it 3 times a day?
3 times per day. You missed it, but they just got their asses handed to them by some strong wizard lady.
A couple times, actually. Not the same person, but...
Speak for yourself. I only got my ass handed to me once.
Yeah, that thing didn't like someone we... Yeah, well, not the brightest of, but...
Did you hug him?
Who?
The wizard.
No, she did not like hugs.
Maybe she just never had my hugs.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's probably it.
Next time we see her, we can try that.
While you guys are having your discourse, the main doors to the guild hall slam open, and a group of 3 warrior women enter. They have an aura of power about them, and they wear glistening armor that's brighter than it has any right to be. And they immediately start approaching people who are in the guild hall and making them swear not to harm the god of light, Balder.
I'm gonna kind of perk up and. What the hell?
They eventually get their way around to you. And they're like, "You 3, you must swear before us, upon your very lives, not to harm a single hair on the beautiful head of the god of light, Balder.
Seal it with a hug.
If that is what it takes."
I would like to hug the one that said that.
She is a little taken aback at first, but she allows it. "I will take that as your solemn oath."
I'm just gonna look at her, look at the Euler rune on my hammer, look at the Euler runes tattooed on my hands. I don't think you have too much to worry about.
"I will have your spoken oath."
I have no intent to harm Balder, nor do I think I have the power to. But humor me this. Why? Why does it need to be spoken? What has happened?
Nothing has happened. The gods are worried something will happen, and this is intended to guarantee that it won't. Swearing before us that you will not harm Balder will prevent you from physically being able to harm him in any way.
I'll do so, as I never had any intent to. However, if the gods fear this, first off, how do you know that? Second off, how would I have the power to do so, as I don't exactly looking at like my poorly made, still level 1 block armor and weapons. I don't think I'd be able to get up there exactly to the Hall of the Gods, but sure.
Speak it aloud.
I already did.
Say it directly.
No. You have my fucking word. Now fuck off.
And you?
I'm gonna hold up my right nub like someone would like hold up their right hand for swearing. Like I will not harm Balder or a hair on his head.
Excellent. Our business is concluded.
Okay.
I'm gonna pay you 100 copper to fuck off.
Carry on, mortals.
Are you
And
now?
they walk out.
Okay then.
I'm gonna roll insight on them as they're leaving. Just because she said mortals, my character immediately assumes they're probably Valkyrie. And I rolled a 16 on it.
You don't need to roll high. They're Valkyries.
Okay.
My character just thinks they're full of themselves.
My character would like to wave by.
They don't notice. But if they did, they would probably wave back.
He just does the like it.
Yeah. Beep, beep, Richie.
Nice ladies.
Strange.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Why did they call us mortals?
I explained it to him.
What was all that about? A man is standing next to you in half plate with a giant crossbow across his back. He's like, never thought I'd see that before, or anything like it.
I'll also explain it to him. Like, as he walks up while I'm explaining it to him actively, I'll finish my conversation, turn to him, and say it the exact same way I just said it to him.
I'm gonna use my ghost hand to poke him without moving my right nub.
Like, this yours?
What?
This.
What is it?
He's like holding your hands, which I'm assuming has like, I don't know, I picture it as being like a ghostly skeletal hand with like a little, like like a little smoke trail going back to your hand, like a little energy thing.
Yeah, it's a little bit of mana.
Yeah, like a little mana trail.
No, it just has a mind of its own sometimes. Ignore it.
So, they think someone's going to harm Baldo, do they? Strange. I haven't seen one of your type outside of the forest. What brings you to this region?
Oh, just adventuring, telling humans how wasteful they are, and other beings like elves and dwarves. All you wasteful beings.
When have I ever been
us
wasteful?
humans are quite wasteful.
Have you ever killed an animal and tossed away its remains?
No. I killed an animal and he used it. I have the hide being made into warm clothing right now.
I appreciate you, Shell.
Maybe one day I'll teach you to read with that book I got you.
I've been looking at the pretty pictures. I know A stands for apple.
We'll have
This
to work
man
on
is
that.
just kind of standing like in your circle, although you guys are not actually conversating with him. He's like,
My ghost hand's just gonna go like,
Yeah, state your name.
and try to poke him again.
yeah, I suppose it would be rude not to introduce myself. And since I've already been quite rude, I might as well. Orion Strongbow. Well met.
I would like to hug him.
Well, not indeed.
He sort of like gives you a hearty hug back, and he's like, hugger, hey.
Yes, hugging is the way we greet each other.
Nice to meet some
He
friendly
will
folks out in
hug
the
anyone.
frontier.
Don't mind the scent. He only paid 2 weeks ago. We're trying to get it up to
We've
weekly.
been working on that.
You notice Orion has a strong musk about him as well. He's like, I do a lot of traveling in the woods. I have my fair share of stench.
Yeah, but he sleeps in garbage though.
Don't
If
sleep
that's
in
the
garbage. I sleep in earth.
Maid, I'm pretty sure I can recognize the smell of garbage. My
He doesn't.
nose, and as well as my other senses, are quite sharp.
He doesn't understand that.
Well, my main reason for approaching you was to ask about that. What do you imagine could even harm the God of Light?
The god of dark.
And that's
This
what I
is
thought.
Perhaps. You guys, what would you guys like to do?
Would the prophecies of Ragnarok reasonably be known to me as a follower of the Pantheon?
You would have a vague idea of what is going to happen, but the only one with a clear picture is Odin, and even he isn't sure what to do.
Yeah, I just explained to him what I know and my knowledge of the prophecies then.
Well, I suppose it's good they're getting everyone's oath then. Even if one of us did have the power to harm them, I doubt we could do so now.
Yeah, that was my thoughts. Seems a little senseless.
Well, I was actually about off to, you guys know the tavern owner across the street, right, York?
I know both of them, but I don't know which one's named what.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's the one with the iron hand
Oh,
and an eye
yeah.
patch.
Yeah, we know him.
Oh, I have to talk to him again. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was telling me this story about an old pirate rival of his. He says he prefers the term freedom fighter. But give me a moment to remember his name.
So Captain Morgan.
No, it wasn't. I've heard of the great Captain Morgan, but his business is far away from these shores, and I say these shores generally. Obviously, we're in the mountains. And it doesn't look like I wrote down the guy's name.
Outstanding.
Well, this old rival went ahead and he stole this magic ring made by the forge god Voland himself, and was so paranoid about protecting this treasure that legend has it he buried himself alive with it in the mountains not far from here. I was considering going to check it out, and well, since I don't have a party by myself, I'd be much obliged if you lot could join me.
I'm gonna look to the three of them and just kind of. All right, boys. What do you think? Well, go ahead and go.
I mean, I can use an ego boost after what we went through.
Right.
I would like to sell some of this stuff before we leave, though.
Fair. Yeah, I'll look back to him. It's like, yeah, you've got yourself a party.
All right, that went much better than expected, especially considering the smell. Well, I say we take some time to rest up. I'm a little well traveled and I need a bath. Not as bad as him, mind you, but I'd like to be clean.
Fair enough.
We
So
can't
I'm
get
gonna-
into.
We've got business to attend to ourselves, so for now, smell you later.
Indeed, it'll be a much more pleasant scent next time. And it looks like we're at our 10-minute break, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back in 10. Hello and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. I am Randy Royce. This is Dylan. This is Hunter. This is TJ, and we're back at it. You guys just joined the party of, well, he just joined your party. Orion hold on, I almost said Stonebow. Still in bard mode. Strongbow. And you guys have decided that you're going to take a little bit of time to rest up in the town, prepare your equipment, sell some stuff before you depart on this next adventure. What are each of you doing?
I want to do a blacksmith or weaponsmith, whatever this town has.
They do have a blacksmith. It should be pretty easy to find.
Okay.
You don't have to look.
Wait, which town did I... Was it this town that I have the clothes being made?
Yes,
No.
it is.
I thought it was.
This one? Oh, yeah,
because we were-
you're right.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I can pick that up as well. But I need to sell some shit like that longsword and then the 10 crossbow bolts that I picked up.
All right, yeah. You walk around town a little bit in the market district, and you find yourself over at the Banded Brace. It's a wooden cabin with a gray tile roof and vines covering the walls. A small dragon's skull hangs over the hearth when you walk inside. It contains a large grandfather clock and a large hot forge in the middle of the shop.
Find the person running it.
There's a buff man over in the corner. He's got long black hair, and he's got like a leather apron on and some sturdy looking pants and boots. He's just sort of like sitting there catching his breath. How can I help you, lass?
Well, I have this longsword that I found. I need to sell, and also some crossbow bolts, 10 to be exact.
Well, let me take a look at those.
Hand him the sword first.
Not too bad. I could give you half standard retail for it.
What's half standard retail?
You'll have to refer to the book. It's over there on the wall.
Okay.
Look it up.
I'll look that up a bit later. Okay, how about these crossbow bolts? I don't remember where I got them.
I'll give you a silver for the lot.
Fair enough. Okay. And I think that was about it. Yep, I think that's it. That's all I had to sell.
You looking to buy anything?
Maybe not at the moment.
Well, if you're interested, I can make you master crafted equipment up to level 2.
How much would it be for a longbow in that?
Add 50% of the value for each level above 0.
Let me figure out how to look this shit up first.
Yeah, all I need is the money and some time, and I can make you some decent equipment.
Let's see, it's Marshall room.
Are you guys? Did you guys go with him to the smithy, or are you guys doing your own?
I'm gonna kind of do my own thing.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna go to the what's the compost bin? Compost
Yeah,
hole.
the compost pile.
Yeah. I feel like there should be some flies and stuff, flying around there.
There is.
Your friends?
So I'm gonna pull a snake out of my little pouch, feed him because he needs to be fed.
You can absolutely do that. Although there's plenty of compost for them to eat.
It's not just a spider. He eats bugs.
Oh, okay.
None of them
I
are spider
forgot
bait.
about the spider. I thought you were trying to feed the flies for some reason. I haven't mentioned it yet, but I'm really tired. But yes, you feed him.
And then I would like to go find some flowers since they say smell. Rub some flowers on me, see if that maybe makes a little bit of a difference.
You do find some flowers, and you smear them on you, leaving like particles of flour all over your like attire, and you smell slightly better. Still a tad grimy, but less.
Is it like when you spray Febreze if you take a massive dump?
Basically, yeah. It's like taking a can of Febreze and trying to spray down a landfill. Yeah. Would you like to do anything else?
No, my character's content with that.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to do. I just went and like cashed in a couple. I'm assuming I could just go from shop to shop and cash in a couple items that we had from previous adventures. Like
Yeah, if they have a listed value,
just
trade
little
it
shit.
in for
Yeah,
listed
it was
value.
stuff you had a value assigned to, so I was just like, I'll fix
I
this.
always have one thing that's
Okay.
really valuable.
What?
A gigantic ass diamond.
Oh. Okay, so
True. I'd
um,
save it though.
While you guys are,
Useful.
while you two are, well, Korgar, while you're wandering through town, you walk past an alchemist shop called the Bell Tower. That actually looks quite interesting. You take note of its location, and you can do what you want with that information.
Yeah, I'll step inside, see if they have anything particularly cool or useful in there.
You walk in, and it's a timber-framed, one-story building with a red tile roof, shiny hardwood floors. It contains several paintings on the wall and fine silks hung from the rafters. But other than that, the place is generally in disarray with random herbs all over the place, several tables with scrolls, and there's a man like frantically walking around and muttering to himself. He's wearing mostly black, and he's got a mask on his face that reminds you of a raven's, and he appears to be mixing some stuff in a small cauldron over a fire.
I'm gonna make a ring ring sound as I enter the door, like as if he had a bell on the door.
He's gonna like cock his head, and he's gonna look over at you, looking out of the side of his mask, because that's the easiest way for him to see things. And he's gonna be like, "Yes, yes, yes. One moment. Come here." He like waves you to come over to him. He's like,
Okay.
"Huh?
I said, okay.
See that green herb?
Mm-hmm.
Hand that to me." He takes it from you, and he sort of like takes the whole thing. He lifts his mask up, and he bites it. And then he just sort of like chews it up and spits it into the cauldron. And then it sort of like poofs up and covers both of you with liquid. And he's like, that was unexpected. And he puts his mask back down. Perhaps it needs more time. Thank you for your assistance. What can I do for you?
Just looking at your shop. Hadn't been in before.
Ah, well, we have only the finest potions of the frontier. Can I interest you in any of those?
Looking at the note that my character just jotted down about sanitation levels in this place. I suppose fire would boil out any spit. What do you got?
Oh, wait, I have all your standard potions at the standard price, but I also have a potion of vitality for 200 gold, potion of water breathing for 75 gold, an oil of sharpness of lesser quality for 180.
Well, I've got a potion of water breathing. How much for a standard, one of them old health potions there?
A standard health potion, that'll only be 15 gold.
I've actually got a good amount of money.
A lot of people overcharge for them, but here's what I think about it. If all your customers die, who's going to buy your potions?
Fair enough.
Nobody. I sell the potions cheap, they make money, they buy the bigger potions.
Yeah, I'll pay him 60 gold and get 4 health potions.
All right. Don't drink those all at once, lad. They might give you a tummy ache.
All right. And then do you have any healers kits?
Oh, yeah, I do. Those go for the standard price. Meaning, I don't know what it is, so I'll have to look it up.
Oh. I'll say that I did the interaction now, and then when I have time, I'll look it up and change out the gold for it.
Okay.
I don't think they're expensive, but that
Healer's
way,
kits just stabilize people, right? Unless
No,
they have active feet.
if you have the healer feet, you can actually heal with them,
Mhm.
and they're significantly cheaper typically.
Yeah.
So, if I, perhaps take that feat on next level,
Well, one thing you can do is if you want to make that your downtime activity to study medicine, like more practical medicine, you could just over time gain that proficiency if you roleplay it well. All right,
Yeah.
back to Carillion.
Okay. What did you say about the price for the masterwork?
It'll be plus 50% of the value. So if it's
Per-
100 gold, it'll be 150 for a plus one.
Okay. Maybe later. I mean, I could afford it now, but
I was gonna say, didn't I just give you guys a shitload of gold?
yeah.
Like a fucking.
I mean, I guess I could get a plus one.
Yeah,
know
I
what?
just traded out all the luminous amber from the fucking tree.
Oh yeah, I still have one of those. I gotta do. I'll deal with that later though. Probably a plus one since it's only longbows are 50 gold, so it'd be 75.
Yeah.
So
Hold on, I got one in the back. I'll go
Yeah.
grab it for you. And he goes back and he unlocks a large, heavy door, and he sort of goes back. You hear some rummaging around, and you hear something tumble over and some cursing, and he like comes out with a very, very finely crafted bow, and he's like, "This beauty, all yours, 75 gold."
would you take the price down if I gave you a standard longbow? Stupid.
I mean, I'll give you half price for it.
Little book price, they are 50. So this longbow, and then 50 gold for that. Nice work. Okay.
I'll accept it.
Okay. Sounds like a deal.
Seems you're taking good care of this bow.
I do like my bows.
Well, that's good to see that this craftsmanship won't be wasted. Well, I got a lot of work to do, so if you're done shopping,
I am. How do
good day to you then.
How do I add the plus one on D&D Beyond?
I'll have to
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
customize. And then plus one is to
hit.
To hit. Okay.
Just like a standard healing potion, for some reason it's not on D&D Beyond. The graders are on there, but that's it.
Weird.
Yeah, I was trying to add them in, but
I'll just add a standard healing potion in later.
yeah,
Okay.
I guess they'll just live on my notebook.
I'm probably going to edit those and make them D6s instead of D4s because I fucking hate D4s. Like, they're the worst dice in all of existence. If they made them like the barrels with 4 sides, that would be better. But statistically speaking, it's unlikely, but I always get 1s and 2s on those.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go to
What do you call yourself?
Carillion.
Well met, Carillion. I'm John. Big John.
Good to meet you, Big John.
Pleasure.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to work.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm resting for a moment. I'll get back to work. Have a nice one.
All right, then I guess I got to go pick up the clothes, the cloak or whatever.
You could start heading over there. What are you doing, Osborne?
It's like the standard female RPG armor set.
Well, I guess while I gotta wait for these guys, I wanted to take out that Hooked on Phonics. I'd still attempt to read it.
ABC for Undead.
Yeah, the ABC. I thought it was ABCs for druids.
ABC for Undead is what it
Go
goes.
ahead and roll me a wisdom.
Pretty good at that. Hopefully. That will be a 13.
All right, yeah. You're starting to pick it up. You get 1 skill point in it. Once you reach 5 skill points, you'll have learned to read.
Can I read like Dr. Seuss books right now?
Yeah, right
Right,
now
fish,
you could struggle your way through it. You're like that kid in was it Happy Gilmore that he makes fun of.
Today, Junior.
Today, Junior. But you're getting there. Now, Korgar, what would you like to do?
At this point, having tended to the business I wanted to tend to, I'm just gonna go look for Strongbow. See if he's either at the guild hall or the tavern, as I'd assume that's kind of where he'd be.
You find him at the guild hall, but he's doing exactly what he would probably do at the tavern, which is drink heavily.
I'll get a drink and sit down next to him, or across from him, and then as we sit there and just kind of bullshit, I'll show him some of the fancy arrow tips I got from Falcon Pines and see if he'd seen any of them before.
No, can't say I've seen work like this, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Nice
You said
place.
this was down in Falcon Pines.
Yeah, they have a hunter's shop down there.
I might have to pay them a visit. What else did they have there?
Strange bow. Lots of mechanical pulleys. Looked like you had to be pretty strong to use it.
I think they have something like that here at the local blacksmith, but he's a tad more skilled than the average. This is the place for smithies to make money, so I guess it's a good place for him to be.
Well, so
So, tell me about yourself, Korgar.
what do you want to know?
Where you from?
Hmm.
What do you like to do?
Southern Islands, Fort Hall. I like to hunt, and I like to drink.
I like those things as well.
Good.
Can't say I've heard of Torque Hall, but I haven't traveled down south much.
Hard lands on the southern isles.
I'm from the eastern shore of the continent, a little island called not island. A little town called the Tip.
Just the tip.
Yeah, just the Tip. No other words in the name.
Interesting. Well, what kind of trades they got down there? Anything worth a visit?
They're right over by that island. It's got Tawdry Keep on it. They do some trading with the elves out there. Get a lot of sea trade in and out.
Mm.
A lot
Yeah.
of fishing.
The elves in my party are from that island.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not bad people.
Seems they've fallen on harder times down there lately.
Doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, it's true. The world seems to be falling on hard times.
Just the way things go.
Yeah, eventually. What are you doing, Osborne? Just practicing your reading still?
Yep.
Where are you doing this?
I'll do it outside the bar because I know our party likes to go to the bar a lot.
Okay, yeah, so you glanced up a few moments ago and you saw him enter the guild hall, but you can continue to read if you want, but you know where he's at.
Yeah, I'm just picking out the cloak.
Yeah, it's ready for you. Your fine leather coat with fur and black feathers for decoration.
That was
Only the finest chicken feathers.
Yep. That was 10 gold.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And that should help you out as it starts to get colder.
Mm-hmm.
As you pay the man, you walk out of the store, you enter the street, and you see a black rooster staring at you out of the side of his eye.
Like,
It sort of goes, "Caw!" and it runs off and down an alley.
I was gonna kick it across the town if it came up at me.
God damn it.
Punt him across the town. Anyway, I'll probably check either the guild hall or the tavern, probably both, to find the others.
Yeah, you get to the guild hall, and it's made out of guild hall like it always is. You see him having conversation with Orion over at the table. You walk in right about the time that Orion mentions that the elves are falling on hard times down in the down by Tawdry Keep, where you're from.
It's sad to hear that, but
Yeah, strange forces of chaos seem to be assailing all regions of the world. Goblins everywhere. The wolves are extra active. Strange creatures. I'm sure you saw the steel level quest up on the board. I was thinking about taking that up after this.
yeah, we don't have that kind of ability.
Well, from what I hear about you lads, you guys will be steel before you know it. You're obsidian now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll make it there soon enough, I'm sure.
Hope so. Steel pays better.
Well, I'm gonna get myself a wig of the strongest liquor they have in this joint, and then I'm gonna go find myself a room so we can leave bright and early.
Sounds fair to me.
It's still like midday at this point, so he's gonna sleep a really long time. But
I'm gonna go then if
it's
it's
never too late
midday.
for alcoholism.
Yeah.
If it's midday, I'll go out on a hunt and I'll invite Carillion and Ozzy here along if they'd like to go.
You gonna go, Ozzy,
I'm always down for a hunt.
to make sure all the parts of the animal are used?
Yes.
I gotta use my new bow, so I have to go.
Sounds good.
All right, yeah. You guys go out in the surrounding forest to hunt. Roll me survival.
Hey, by the way, 17.
You find a large hog.
I'm gonna look back. Rockies. There she is.
This is like a stiff bristle boar or something. It's actually quite a chungus. It looks like it may be a formidable foe, but boy, does it look tasty.
I'm gonna ready my crossbow, and I'm gonna look to him.
I would like to go for it first.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm gonna do what I did last time, where I'm just back up the shot since he's a better dex.
Gotcha.
Also, by the way, cold weather gear is on, or cold weather clothes is on D&D Beyond if you want to add it into your.
okay.
Are you gonna...
Would this be counted as surprise?
Yes, it would.
Okay, cool. Well, since it hasn't taken a turn in combat
It's
yet,
not a white boar, is it?
No, it's not. But it is a large.
Don't need to be going and killing any sacred animals again
Yeah,
for him.
like that bear that has a grudge against Carillion.
it wasn't. I didn't attack it first.
You do have Huntsman's Curse, so.
Oh man, it's true. Okay, so that's 24,
That's gonna hit.
and since it's surprise, it is a critical.
Okay.
If it doesn't die and it tries to run, I rolled a. Actually, no, I have no dex bonus, so I rolled a unnatural 20 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
And that's 14 damage. Surprisingly low.
It's not dead.
10 damage.
Are you doing anything, TJ?
I want to wait to see. I have a spell ready, but I'd like to let them.
Send it.
All right. Well, he's going to charge straight at you guys, and he's going to attack Korgar.
Listen here, you little shit.
19. Does that hit?
Go ahead.
You take 17 damage.
Damn.
Oh.
It basically, he charges you and he hits you square in the chest and launches you backwards. Go ahead and roll me acrobatics.
12. This is why we need more spears.
You basically, you flex, you wince from the pain, and you slide straight back along the ground, anime style.
Ow. Nani?
All right, what would you like to do?
At this point, I would like to cast Flame Blade and smack it with Flame Blade.
All right. How does that work? Is that an attack roll?
Yeah,
What you got?
23 to hit
Oh, that's gonna hit.
for 10 damage, fire damage.
All right. He's like,
I'm not done.
what are you doing now?
Then I'm going to cast Thorn Whip on it,
All right, smack it.
and that will probably not hit. Does a 6 hit?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No. Yeah, but he's super pissed. I guess we're back up to the top of the round with Carillion.
Oh, was it me first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. Let's see what I'm gonna do. Steady aim. That's what I'm gonna do.
Probably could have had it attack Carillion since he's got the Huntsman curse.
I'll reroll this.
But it's not a sacred animal, so I figure it's just gonna attack.
23. I assume it does hit. It's 7.
They're not that smart.
14. Mantis hard.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
That was the damage. 23 was the hit.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna hit. You kill it. How you want to do this?
Normal hunting kill, just vital organs.
You you shoot it right through the heart, and it falls dead
Alright, Dan.
with a loud thud.
It's a big boy.
Yeah, it is a big boy. You're
All
gonna need a beast to burn it to carry this one back.
I'm gonna walk up and I'm not gonna carry the whole fucking thing back as it is. And I'm gonna start cleaning it right there since it's only, maybe an hour or two have passed. Still got sunlight.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna take out old fucking Sting 2 Electric Boogaloo. And just start eating away at it. Get it cleaned up. Call over the druid. Boy, you gotta use for these parts as I give him the head and then like as many of the bones as I could strip out of it that were unnecessary.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't probably be able to pick up its whole head. It's literally a large beast.
Don't need to pick up the head, I just need to roll it.
Oh yeah, you could.
As I sit there with the sword.
Yeah, you could fill your backpack and your arms with as much meat as you want, and then maybe take its tusks. But carrying anything beyond that would be
How big of a
difficult.
sauce? Yeah, I'll take those fuckers.
Could be useful. So,
Yeah, you got them. It's not that hard to cut off tusks.
Yeah, just
Well, I mean,
Yank at the bottom of the
they're
jaw.
tough, but you don't need a lot of prior skill to smack something off of something else.
I have a hammer and a sword.
Your board sword. It has like fucking notches in it from you hammering the side of it.
No, I'm hammering the pummel. Like using it like a chisel.
It's still terrible abuse, but I'll allow it.
If it's a +1 sword, it should be able to handle it. If
Yeah.
they can do it on Fortune and Fire, then this one can do it.
Yeah, it is a +1 sword.
Yeah, I'll take the leftover parts. I don't know what I'm going to do with the head, but the bones I will use to grind into bone meal.
Okay. You could physically carry what's left, I guess, but you're wearing like a giant backpack made of pig.
Good
Like-
idea. We'll turn the head into a backpack.
Yeah.
Great idea, but you can go for it.
Yeah, if the opening is the jaw, so it has a zipper around the mouth, and you unzip it, and
Yeah, you count as one size larger for carrying objects, don't you?
Yeah.
both of us do.
Oh, okay, yeah. So between the two of you, you guys can carry pretty much all of it.
Yeah, when me, him, and fucking R2 are here, there's
Yeah.
nothing we can't carry.
You got the big, strong, not the
Yeah.
big, smart crew. Yeah,
That dumb.
another
I
successful
got
hunt.
average intelligence. I just can't read.
You're as intelligent as he need to be.
You guys are making your way back to town, and you guys pass through a grove of trees, and you see some of the Valkyries cutting down several trees. They appear to be mistletoe trees. Mistletoe
Boy.
grows on trees, right?
No, I'm pretty sure.
In this world, mistletoe grows on trees.
Now I have to Google it because I gotta know now because I don't know.
I'm going to be very angered by the fact that they out trees.
Don't.
And I
Don't
want to
Do it.
Don't.
it.
Don't.
Or yell.
Do it. Okay. Have fun.
What are you saying?
That's right.
Be like, why are you cutting down these trees?
Because they refuse to swear the oath.
How you aren't druids, you don't know what the trees say.
I'm gonna respectfully tell them that they're drinking the retard juice.
How did you
It
respect
does
those
grow on
data?
trees. You look weird.
What is this retard juice you speak of?
What you drinking right now?
I don't think there's a nice way to say that.
Huh. There's not. It's a really weird tree. It grows in like big clumps.
Huh.
Anyway, I'm gonna look to him. I'm like, if y'all bring this prophecy to the forefront on your own, this is probably the way that it's gonna be. And then I'm gonna turn around and leave.
Fair enough. They don't. They just go about their business cutting down the trees. Those
Tell 'em-
particular trees.
yeah, tell him I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, let's just
They
be on
don't
our
heed
way.
your advice. They just continue.
I don't have to. I'll say a prayer for them.
Let's just head back to the town, I guess, and do something with the boar.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I say we put on spit in the tavern,
Mm-hmm.
make a good meal.
Yeah.
I'm sure they won't mind. Maybe somebody give me salt and pepper.
You guys make your way back to town, and as you're walking through the gate, you see Meat Shield doing adventurer stuff over at the gate conveniently. He's like, "That is the biggest boar I've ever seen."
Good. We're gonna cook it in the tavern. You want to eat?
I'm about done with my adventurer stuff. I wouldn't mind a slice.
Where's Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man. He's probably at the bakery.
You sure he's not on Drury Lane?
Oh, that's where the bakery is.
Fuck.
He set up shop since Jeff rebuilt his farm, and there's a decent amount of material for him to bake once again.
Understandable. Tell him to come find me at the tavern.
Yeah, I'll do that. And he
Tell him to bring seasonings for meat.
a random guard walks up, and then he, instead of like talking to him, just walks off towards the Drury Lane. Why can't I talk?
Drury Lane.
Yeah, that place.
It is a weird word to say.
It is really
Anything
fucking
with
strange.
brewery, like rural, that's a weird word to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the tavern. I'm gonna walk in with this me and him and whatever she's carrying, just a whole bunch of fucking meat. And I'm gonna look at the taverner. And I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna point at the fire. At which point I'm just gonna shove the spit right through the fucking all the pieces that I've carved out. And then I'll sit there and just sit there and spin it. Unless there's something magical that does that already.
No, there's not. But, what is it? Amethyst does sit next to you and admire your boar cooking skills.
I thought you knew the Muffin Man intimately.
I've known the Muffin Man, but we're more friends.
Strange. Well, okay. I'm making it canon that Kjorgar is super oblivious to all advances.
Now she's just enjoying you turn that spit of giant hog with your arms that are bulging with muscle. Yeah, that's pretty much as far as that goes. What are you doing, Osborne?
So I still haven't had, right? I want it. I'm gonna go to like I guess the local tanner or whoever would use to hide, and show them the large board said be like you make a backpack out of this. Take extra meat inside head, and either feed animals or make sausage.
And the old man sort of like looks at you grumpily and he's like, "I'll make you a backpack. It'll be 5 gold."
Okay, go talk to Orc.
What orc? Reshtar?
Oh, the Orc cleric.
I'm at the tavern, bro.
I know.
What orc cleric?
I'll send him by later. He'll pay.
Okay. It'll be ready for you tomorrow. Tomorrow evening at the earliest.
Slow worker. Okay.
Now it's 6 gold.
Oh,
Made it cheap
I
with
was
the big
mistaken.
nicer.
It's actually 8 gold.
Oh, you said 5.
Oh, I was mistaken. It's actually 10 gold.
I'll take head. I'll do it myself. You useless.
I'd like to see you try. I'll give you 5 gold if it's halfway decent. And you can keep the backpack.
All right. I would like to take the head and go about removing, like the meat and the brain and all that stuff. Eyeballs.
It's right there in the shop.
Yeah. Do that outside, lad. Don't make a mess of my shop. It smells bad enough.
I would like to take like the brain and just drop it on the floor, and then pick it up as it splatters its brain juice all over the place.
He's going to grab his broom and he's going to whack you with it as hard as he can. You take 1 damage from the broom. Get out of here, you big dumb idiot.
I will leave and finish cleaning up the boar right outside his shop.
He's just gonna stare at you full of disdain through the glass window and just like sort of like mutter to himself. But that's it. He's gonna go clean up the mess you made on his floor. What are you doing, Carillion?
I'm just gonna play my lute with my ghostly hand in the tavern.
What are you playing?
The same tavern song that always plays in Sky.
Play like the spooky flute from like the Army of Darkness when the skeleton armies march into the castle.
Well, I got
Actually,
a lute.
it's October, so it's gotta
Yeah,
be.
it's the appropriate season.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I was gonna say spooky, scary skeletons.
Well, I mean,
You scared
a-
me, skeleton.
a
Send
song,
shivers
I
down
guess.
your spine.
I'll just play a song, I suppose.
Well, don't want to get copyrighted, so.
If
We'll
you're doing
just
it
use our
yourself as
imaginations.
karaoke, you're good.
Yep, that's true.
Since I am proficient, that's a 15.
You earned 5 gold.
Cool.
At this point, has the Muffin Man come to season the meat?
He has. And he's brought only the finest seasonings from his bakery.
Jotun salt. Twilight Forest pepper.
Creole all-purpose seasoning.
It's slap thy mother.
It's quite good. It's very well seasoned, and when you finish roasting this massive beast, everybody basically, has some of it, and free drinks go around. At least 1 round of free drinks for everybody, and everybody's having a grand old time. Yeah, if you guys have nothing else to do tonight, you could just rest, and
Yeah.
we'll pick up travel when you guys wake up, if that's what you intend to do right away.
Yeah. That's probably the best
Alright.
idea.
Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute. We're going to take our 10. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. We are going to go ahead and call it for a night. Thank you for all of you, those of you that tuned in. We appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. Anybody have anything to say?
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, sorry I was absent for a while, but yeah, thanks for watching. Be here next week.
Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. Big thanks and shout out to our 5 new followers we got today. Glad you guys got to go ahead and give us a view, and hope you guys enjoyed the content. And it was fun seeing some of you guys in chat. So we'll catch you guys next week, and see us for our Friday content and then our big game on Saturday as usual.
All right. Have a good night.